4, the performance audit report on National School Meals and Nutrition Program from the State Department for Early Learning and Basic Education. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Health, Dr. Bukose. Wapi Dr. Bukose? Vice Chair wake? Who is the Vice Chair of Health? Majority Leader? Bell the cat? Okay, we'll stay it to tomorrow. But if he comes and is ready before we go to the Committee of the Whole, we can be able to accommodate. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader, we have CS for Finance. Yes, Honorable Omboko Milemba, you had actually seen me and wanted to make a short statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am rising on a point of order understanding, Order 83, to seek your direction regarding the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. Honorable Speaker, the President Working Party on Education Reforms, popularly known as PWPER, made several recommendations to the education sector, consequently establishing great conflict not only between the Minister of Education, TAC, but also with other players in the field. Honorable Speaker, the recommendations that the Minister of Education review the grades for pre-service teachers jeopardize the mandate of the Teacher Service Commission as provided under Article 237(3) of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform has also recommended that the Minister of Education establishes a comprehensive school system where all levels of learning are managed as one institution, contrary to Part 2(9) of the 4th schedule of the Constitution. The Working Party further recommends that the Minister of Education recruit staff for special needs education institutions and hard staff areas. This recommendation will be contrary to the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, further, that the Presidential Working Party gives now powers to the Teacher Service Commission to employ chaplains and imams in schools. This is in direct conflict of Article 9 of the Constitution, which separates the state and religion, and therefore removes the powers of sponsors in the schools, replacing it with Teacher Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, I could go on and on, but let me stop there and indicate that, Speaker, the business of lawmaking is a reserve of Parliament under Article 109 of the Constitution. As it stands, there's a crisis in the education system with education organs and players existing before the 2010 Constitution intending to seize power within the education sector given these proposals. Honorable Speaker, I want to seek your guidance that this matter be handled by the House so that people do not change the Constitution and the acts of Parliament through the back door. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chepkonga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to agree with Honorable Milemba. He's raising a very pertinent issue, very important issue to this country. One, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the Presidential Working Party recommendations remain recommendations until it is reduced into a bill which is brought to this House. or two, it is reduced into a regulation which is brought to this House and committed to a committee. Mr. Speaker, there is a trend in this country where recommendations are made by committees that are appointed and they are implemented by passing this House, Mr. Speaker, and it has a force of law. Mr. Speaker, we would like you to pronounce yourself on these matters that are being implemented on the basis of recommendation, Mr. Speaker. And it is expected that people should obey them. Mr. Speaker, the work of a member of parliament, one of the cardinal roles of a member of parliament is legislation. We don't expect any other person who has not been elected by anyone, Mr. Speaker, to make law. That is in contravention of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Article 95 is very clear, Mr. Speaker, that there is no person who can make any law or who can pronounce himself on anything that has a force of law except this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I see the Honorable Milemba belaboring this point. This is a matter, Mr. Speaker, which you should issue sweeping decision from this House, from your chair, Mr. Speaker, that there is nobody in this country, however high and mighty they may think they are, including the cabinet secretaries, Mr. Speaker, they cannot make regulations or make recommendations and expect, like for instance, this one of the recommendations of the working party, Mr. Speaker. You cannot implement those regulations before you bring them to the House. It has an implication. There are laws in this country which govern that particular area. You need to come and amend them. Like the other one, Mr. Speaker, the other day, on the roads, on the Kenya Roads Board, they purportedly...
That you are anticipating debate.
No, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was just giving an
payment receipt. The boy paid to Kenya government 1,050 shillings for this application. The same boy filled form C24, which has the same information. If you look at the two certificates, the reference is the same. The first certificate that was issued by a Huduma Center officer to the boy has the same reference to the current said valid certificate of good conduct. The same document. So I don't see, the only difference between the two documents are the dates. But the signature is the same. So my question, it is not true that the boy did a forgery. The document was sent by an Huduma Center staff. It is not true. And Honorable Speaker, this matter, we requested DCI to do an investigation. I want to ask the CS, how far has the investigation gone? Because I have the information, but the CS has not revealed about the investigation of this forgery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mugo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. While I'm partly satisfied by the response from the CS, because he said that this is the first in kind of recruitment where the military and KRA were working together. But Mr. Speaker, Article 27(4) of the Constitution states that employees shall not be discriminated against directly or indirectly on grounds of race, sex, pregnancy, language, and many others. And many others, I thought maybe it was the issue of medical. Maybe in future, when they are issuing the job advert, they should state clearly that if somebody knows that they are sick, then they should not apply for some of these jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, probably this was the first in kind of training, but I would hope that this can be improved in future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Honorable Muga has just complimented you, so you don't need to go to that. Answer the allegations of Ariko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Certificate of good conduct was not a forgery.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start with the first one. And my response, I want to go into the detailed response. Mr. Moran Kenson Ekaran, the holder of ID number 34333532, was invited for a non-boarding assessment at Recruit Training School, Eldoret, and presented himself for the assessment on the 20th June. Upon conclusion of the assessment, Mr. Ekran was not cleared to undertake the training as he was found unfit to undergo the Revenue Service Assistant Training Program. Mr. Ekran returned on 22nd June 2023, where he was again not onboarded on the basis of the 20th June 2023 medical assessment by the KDF medical doctor. Mr. Ekran was therefore not offered to train as an RSA as he did not succeed in the medical assessment. The allegation that he was dismissed after 3 days of training is therefore not true, but also, Honorable Speaker, we rely on the opinion from the expert. If we further follow up, we will do that. On Mr. Jacob Nakari Etil, ID number 403-43341, dismissed on 15th of August 2023 after 8 weeks of training. The response to this is that the offer to train as a revenue assistant given to the RSAs was subject to successful onboarding, assessment, and subsequent background check, among other conditions. Mr. Jacob Etil, who has been successfully onboarded for the training, was upon conclusion of the background check found to have provided false information regarding the police clearance certificate, which was submitted as part of the required documents. And following a report dated 26 July 2023, reference number DCI/CRO/SEC/6/7/2/A/Forium X11, that is 13/33, by the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, that the police clearance certificate submitted by Mr. Etil was not genuine. The authority invoked the provision of clause 5 of the overletter on requirement of satisfactory background checks to terminate the offer of Mr. Etil to train as a revenue service assistant. The termination is in line with clause 6.1.2.1.4 of the KRA Code of Conduct, which classified giving false information as gross misconduct. Honorable Speaker, I would follow up with what Honorable Member has said with further investigations, but I think it will be related to the report by DCI that was provided. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Question 215 of 2023 by Honorable Opio Wandai. Honorable Opio Wandai, the minority leader is not here. Yes, Wamboka.
Honorable Wandai is engaged and just had asked that the minister can therefore go ahead and answer the question.
The minister can't answer a question that has not been asked.
Can I ask on behalf of Honorable Opio?
Can't, because there's no written designation to the speaker that you ask on his behalf.
You may use your discretion, Honorable Speaker.
I have no discretion.
I'll be very grateful, as I've always been.
I have no discretion on this. The rules are very clear. Honorable Wandai's question will be stayed for any other time that the minister may be coming here. Question 150 of 2023, Honorable John Makali.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to ask question number 150/2023 to the Cabinet Secretary. Could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the government has ever released the sum of Kenya shillings 21,782,366,530 and a further Kenya shillings 908,878,470 towards restructuring of Zoya Sugar Company Limited as per the recommendations of the sessional paper number 12 of 2012 adopted by the National Assembly on the 9th January 2013. 2. If in the affirmative, provide any evidence indicating when the funds were released and any annual write-offs. 3. Provide details of the current annual status of the balance sheet of Zoya Sugar Company Limited. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In response to this question, Honorable Speaker, the National Treasury has not released Kenya shillings 21.782 million and further Kenya shillings 900
million or billion? What I
say is
billion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The National Treasury has not released Kenya shillings 21.782 billion and further Kenya shillings 908.88 million towards restructuring of the balance sheet of Zoya Sugar Company as per the sessional paper number 12 of 2012. The funds were never appropriated after the change of government administration in March 2013. No funds were released for the second question, and no rights were made. In that question, in response, what appears to have happened, I have provided a table which shows the statement of the financial position as of June 2023. We see that the assets are 9.18 billion. The current non-current assets are 1.49 billion, and total assets are 10.6 billion. These are financed by capital reserves, which is negative to the tune of 55.73 billion, and the liabilities current liabilities are 4.38 billion, current liabilities 62.02 billion, and total liabilities are actually 66.41 billion, and the liabilities and capital are 10.67 billion. What I have attached, Mr. Honorable Speaker, are the latest audited financial statements from 30th June 2022 in Annex 1, Appendix 1, and the fourth quarter 2022-2023 financial statements, the report that is provided in Appendix 2. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John Makali, you have any supplementary question?
Speaker.
Go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, I am not satisfied with the response by the Cabinet Secretary for 3 reasons. 1, this was a resolution of the House of this National Assembly to write off those debts. Those debts were not written off, and every time we go to the villages, we keep on asking, why were those debts not written off? The Cabinet Secretary has not explained the circumstances under which those debts were not written off. 2, on the 14th of this month, this House again sat and passed another resolution that those debts were to be written off. We want to be given an assurance by the Cabinet Secretary that this time round, all those debts are going to be written off and farmers be paid and the workers be paid. 3, the Cabinet Secretary has not given a clear-cut response that the current balance sheet of Zoya Sugar Company is after writing off of those days, we'll have a clear balance sheet, because what we want, Honorable Speaker, is to have a clear balance sheet so that this particular company can be able to begin operating to profitability. The difficulty we have, Honorable Speaker, is that out of a small loan that was given of 9.9 million shillings, now we have a debt of 27 billion shillings out of accrued interest, precisely arising out of non-compliance with the resolution of this particular House. Can the Cabinet Secretary assure this House, the nation and the people of Bungoma, that whatever resolution that are given by this House will be honored and implemented and executed to the letter?
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. There is a supplementary question number 8 from my records that tries to explain the subsequent statement that has been made. Honorable Speaker, I was hoping that I would want to take those two questions because they are complementing each other. Can I do that?
Minister, you finished?
I had actually said, Honorable Speaker, I had related that to the another issue that is related to this on the bailout, as well as the current thinking in terms of rescuing the sugar sector. And I was hoping that I can answer that when I'm doing that, because it combines the process.
In the course of this afternoon? If you are not with full information, write to the member through the clerk.
That is in order, because we have a supplementary answer to that, to the bailout section this afternoon that we are going to provide.
Okay, fine. When we get there, you can deal with it.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, 151, member for Madare, Anthony Oluoch.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask question 151 of 2023 to the Cabinet Secretary. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the reasons as to why funds to political parties have not been paid out in accordance with the provisions of the Political Parties Act since its enactment, and in particular, circumstances under which the political party funds meant to ensure political parties operate and function as institutions of governance are yet to be fully disbursed 4 months to the end of the 2022-2023 financial year. 2, outline the steps that the ministry has taken to implement the High Court decision, Judicial Review number 483 of 2016, that directed the Cabinet Secretary to, among other things, ensure that the National Treasury makes budgetary proposals and estimates that reflect allocations not less than 0.3% of national revenues to political parties, including steps that the ministry is taking to comply with the provisions of the Political Parties Act. And 3, indicate the arrears due and owing to each of the political parties for the financial years 2016-2017 up to and until 2022-2023. The steps being taken to ensure that the arrears are cleared, and further explain the measures the ministry is taking to ensure that political parties are able to pay their staff in time and carry out their calendar of activities uninterrupted, as required by the Constitution and the Political Parties Act. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In response to this question, let me say that in totality of it, the constraints are purely the exchequer revenues. Honorable Speaker, the allocation of government revenue is guided by the Constitution, the Public Finance Act 2012, and the Contingency Fund, and even the Commission on Revenue Allocation Act. And the Constitution provides the structure and priority in which revenue collected by the national government shall be shared between the national and county governments, and is provided under the Constitution. These are non-discretionary expenditures that take the first charge in the budget, and these include the allocation towards debt service, pensions, contingency fund, salary requirements across governments, and provisions to the constitutional commissions and independent offices, including Parliament and the judiciary. Once resources are shared according to the risks that are provided, we look at what is left, and then it can be shared out. The constraints have been with us for a long time, Honorable Speaker, and with respect to the second question, the prevailing fiscal environment is such as considerable debt repayments and the current expenditure allocation, and even given the need to respond to emergencies, has placed the National Treasury in a very, very peculiar circumstance. With this in mind, I have provided a table summary which shows the allocations and the arrears. That is the table on page 11, which answers the third question, and I've showed the arrears. For example, I start with the actual allocation in 2016 to 2017, and I add up to with the allocations of 2022 to 2023. I've shown what was budgetary allocation, and I've shown at the last law the allocations. The arrears, and the arrears are to the tune of 30.056 billion. Honorable Speaker, the last question, I have shown the amount that has been allocated to the political parties fund and is currently provided for, and this is also provided on in table table 12, and it starts from 2018, where amount of Kenya shilling 671 million was allocated to the fund, and all the way down to 2023, where 1.47 billion is allocated to the fund. The problem here is that even though it is allocated, the fiscal constraints are giving us quite a major problem. However, the National Treasury has been progressively enhancing the allocation to the political parties fund to limit growth in these areas. As I've shown in the other table on page 11, we want to make sure that we minimize this. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, the political parties fund is administered by the Registrar of Political Parties as provided under the Section 23 of the Political Parties Act 2011. Further, Section 68 of the PFMA Act 2012 gives the responsibility of an accounting officer, which includes preparation of estimates and expenditures and revenues of the entity in conformity with the strategic plan. Any further details can also be provided by the Registrar of Political Parties. But let me summarize by saying that it is the physical constraints that has pushed us this far. It is a hope that we do believe that the future is likely to be bright and we can clear these areas. Thank you.
Anton Oloch, are you satisfied with the explanation?
No.
Give Anton Oloch the mic. Ask a supplementary if you have any.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you to the CS. However, I wish to ask this supplementary question because specifically on the question of the court award, which we adverted to the judicial review number 483 of 2016. The minister has not, to my mind, and in the printed copy that I've looked at, answered what steps they are taking to respond to or meet the court award that was issued and which is still in arrears, even if you take into account the fiscal constraints that are there at the current time. In addition to that, to the CS, Article 201 states that tax burden and benefits are supposed to be shared equally, so that even if we acknowledge that there are challenges to the exchequer after taking out the ones that are prioritized, can you demonstrate that even when the exchequer falls short the constitutional commissions, and all these other organs, including Parliament, are deducted or denied allocations to the extent of the shortfall of the exchequer. And lastly, employees of political parties are required to pay statutory deductions. They are required to pay NHIF, NSSF, they are required to pay housing levy. How is the ministry taking into account the penalties that will accrue as a result of this default? What measures will be put in place to cushion political parties, which are institutions of governance, in paramateria with all other institutions, that they are equally safeguarded even as we talk about exchequer shortfalls? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you for that, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for that question. I do believe we will abide by the directions provided by this House. It is this House that determines the allocation of resources. It is this House that allows us to disburse these resources on the basis of availability. And it's also this House that gives us direction, and will continue doing that. However, the scarcity of resources permits us to actually show that we can look for flexibility when it is available. In the end, sometimes we find ourselves even negotiating for the penalties that the Honorable Member has actually talked about, just because we are facing some serious constraints on the exchequer requests, given the exchequer revenues that are available. So in fact, we do believe that the future will be brighter, and we can actually resolve some of those historical legacy issues in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Honorable members, question 153 and 216 are related. So I'll invite the Honorable Mashua Waithaka, member for Kiambu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And Kamket, get ready to follow. Minister, you'll answer those together.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ask the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Economic Planning the following question. Could the Cabinet Secretary state the volume of US dollars reserve held by the Central Bank of Kenya and each of the commercial banks in the country, and confirm whether the high volume of US dollars believably being hoarded by commercial banks accounts for the spiraling exchange rate that has hit an all-time high? Question number 2. Explain why the rate of exchange for purchasing US dollars from forex bureaus and commercial banks is as high as 141 Kenya shillings and shillings 146 per unit respectively. Yet the indicative exchange rate set by the Central Bank of Kenya is 129 shillings, translating to a difference of almost 15 shillings per unit against the CBK rate. Question number 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to resolve the shortage of dollar supply, lower the exchange rate, cushion importers from the loss of money due to the high dollar exchange rate, and to avoid the proliferation of black money exchange markets? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. William Kamket.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury and Economic Planning the following question. 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the impact that de-dollarization by countries such as China, Brazil, Russia, India, Malaysia, and Saudi Arabia may have on Kenya's economy, in light of the fact that these countries are key markets and trade partners in Kenya's international trade? And 2, could the Minister clarify whether Kenya will follow the same trend of de-dollarization that has been adopted by recently by various developing market economies? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as at September 22nd, 2023, the usable foreign exchange reserves held by the Central Bank of Kenya was US dollar 6.96 billion. This represents about 3.76 months of import cover. Commercial banks keep deposits in dollars and other currencies in accordance with the statutory ratios set by the central bank. Foreign currency deposits held by commercial banks have remained constant, with trade growth currently standing at US dollar equivalent to 1.15 billion shillings as at June 2023, from about 921 billion as of December. Honorable Speaker, these are customer accounts, these are customer deposits. So in a sense, it's not holding, it is actually customer accounts that they are holding. The second question, the response to the second question, the exchange rate details are released by the Central Bank of Kenya, and it's an indicative rate meant to help those exchanging currencies to gauge the value of the shilling at any given day. The central bank does not set the exchange rate. It is determined by the market. The central bank receives actual exchange rate transactions from commercial banks and forex bureaus every day and computes the mean rates from these numbers. And the mean rates is what is quoted as the exchange rate of the day. Honorable Speaker, if you look at any newspaper of the day in the morning, you will see a table that provides all these details. But what happens is that it is the mean rate that is quoted that gives us an idea of what is the value of the currency. Individual forex bureaus and commercial banks set their own rates, which are held to reasonable levels of variance and even margins due to competition in the market. Because essentially, customers are free to move from one bank or one forex bureau to another. Typically, consumers looking to exchange smaller amounts and focusing on the exchange rate available, the nominal exchange rate available, will find more favorable rates at forex bureaus, while those looking to exchange larger amounts through their foreign accounts will find better rates in commercial banks. But that variability can be seen in the table. That question, Honorable Speaker, in response, I want to say that Kenya pursues a flexible exchange rate policy. And this flexible exchange rate policy allows the price of the Kenya shilling to be determined by the market. As of March 2023, the central bank issued a forex code, and the code is intended to promote a robust, fair, liquid, and even open and appropriately transparent market, which in a diverse way sets the market rate. The market participants participating in that market will get their confidential bids. And this is supported by a resilient infrastructure, including interbank trading infrastructure, which we can confidently and even effectively say that it has transacted competitively in the market since it was re-established. We do believe that this is an area we are going to look into, and we are going to show that as we improve on the infrastructure and more trading is made at the interbank market, it is actually going to be competitive. Most of the time, what we see even in the analysis in the newspapers is actually the variability, the variance between trading partners. It is important to note that the key factors that are responsible for the depreciation of the currency include the adjustment process and the global dollar shortage that ignited this shortage. Going on to the question number 216 of 2023, Honorable Speaker, globally, countries are setting up alternative currencies for trade. And the de-dollarization debate, which aims at reducing the dominance of the US dollar, is actually a force behind that. In actual fact, what will happen in the payment system, because this is actually the effect of the payment system. What will happen in the payment system is that countries will adopt a payment system that is currency neutral. So it means that they will not be de-dollarized, but they will make sure that the payment system is currency neutral. The trend is attributed to the crisis in the Ukraine and the sanctions in Russia that devalued, that elevated the inflation in the US, and which reduced the real returns on the dollars and created a global dollar shortage. And the US dollar has now accounted for less than, for about 59% of the global foreign currency trading, different from what it was before that. It was around 62%. As the table, I've shown a figure, a pie chart figure that is actually summarizing that. And we'll continue showing that, especially in the African continental free trade area, what is happening is that countries in Africa are looking for payment system that is currency neutral. That means that the trading will take the weight of the currency in question, but it will not affect the trading. And that is where the dollarization is taking us. So in effect, Honorable Speaker, what I would say is that fear of dominance of the dollar is actually leading us to payment systems that are currency neutral, which is, as of now, is equivalent to de-dollarization. But what is also showing up is that countries like China and India are popularizing their own currencies so that they provide an alternative liquidity channel through which trading will take place. But in the end, what we are going to see is actually a trading platform or a payment system globally that is currency neutral. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Mashua.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am happy with the two questions that I had asked, but on the third one, I was thinking that the other measures that I was, for example, we know that that gold can be used as a hedge against inflation and against the declining of the value of the currency. I was wondering whether the Cabinet Secretary has thought about maybe having to buy gold from our neighbors here, the DRC, who have plenty of gold, whereby we can use that gold as an insurance policy. The other question that I would like to ask is, we know that most of the money we get in dollar is from the diaspora, and we find that most people in the diaspora are having many problems when they transfer their money because of the high transfer cost. There are many hidden charges. What measures is the government putting to remove these challenges and to ensure that this diaspora remittances remain high? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kamket.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the CS for that comprehensive answer, but I just want a small clarification. The CS has spoken about a payment system called the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. When will that system become effective? And Mr. Speaker, if the EAC, the East African Community, which is the most cohesive integration unit we have in the region, cannot or has not been able to come up with even with a single currency, how confident is he that the payment system he's talking about will be the panacea to de-dollarization?
Thank you, Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think the questionnaires have said they are happy with the answer from the Minister, but I am far from it. The shilling is on the free fall. The dollar is the foreign exchange of trade in this country. For the Minister to say that let the market decide, I think it's very dangerous for this economy. for the dollar to be the dollarization, a very interesting word. Those countries are able to do that because their economies are very strong. These are the countries we trade with, largely in importation. So what the minister should be telling this House is what is the Treasury or the Central Bank doing so that the shilling is not on the free fall, so that the importers and exporters are going to get value for money, and that the government is not just sitting on its hands, the government is doing something about it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, if you have listened carefully to the Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that has come out clearly is a lot of theory is killing our economy. Mr. Speaker, look at, he said, the Cabinet Secretary said that the interbank rate is working. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there is any interbank rate that is working at the moment. People are buying the dollar at any rate they found anywhere in the market. Secondly, the answer that we got from the Cabinet Secretary is that let the will of God happen. We cannot do anything about it. Let God decide for us as we watch as human beings. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the question I want to ask him is that the government-to-government petroleum procurement system was supposed to help bring down the dollar to a rate that is possible, that is low. But Mr. Speaker, from the time we engaged in the G2G petroleum project, the shilling has depreciated by 25%, leave alone strengthening. And yesterday the minister issued a long statement saying that if we did not do that, the shilling even will have been worse. Can you share with us how worse will it have been? Will it be 300, 400, 200? Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, if the minister is saying he's helpless as we are, then let us agree together that let us just watch as things fall apart and the center is not holding. But I have also a supplementary question. I'm coming back, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you can answer those.
Thank you.
Let me take one last one from RUTO.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Give him the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. As my colleagues have said, Mr. Speaker, we as an economy, we are in a problem because of the dollar rate. And it is true that, Mr. Speaker, we have commercial banks which have huge deposits of dollar which they are not releasing to the market. And it is the responsibility of the Central Bank of Kenya to ensure there is proper regulation of money supply within the economy. In April this year, Mr. Speaker, Treasury issued an expression of interest for sovereign bond, so that probably the economy can be able to get more dollars within the economy and stabilize the issue of Kenya shilling versus the dollar. The question which I have to the minister, Mr. Speaker, how is this getting structured? Because there's a way that can be structured to make it more efficient, more sustainable, and even the economy be in a position to reap more benefit from issuance of sovereign bond. Can the minister explain to us whether they are looking into establishing a company which can purposely be for getting sovereign bond issued within the international market, and probably the same company can be in a position to enter into joint ventures with other companies in the international market for the purposes of issuance of sovereign bonds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you can answer those.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have a list of questions, 6 questions that have come up. Let me start with hedging, using gold to hedge. I think this is a fantastic question, but you do remember that the gold standard added in 1981, and it's because you still have, it is not a currency, it's a hedging instrument, but you still have to go to a point of sale. And that is a problem because you may not determine which way the hedging would go. But unfortunately, the flexibility of currencies outside hedging instruments is becoming very, very important. It has been appreciated. I am familiar with, even 2 days ago, I saw some newspaper reports showing that Tanzanians were buying gold to hedge against currency depreciation, but they still face the issue of moving into a point of sale to actually convert it into a convertible currency. The whole issue is what you do with your portfolio choice is actually very, very important. And what we can do here is to provide information how you can deal with your portfolio choice in given circumstances. The second point is about diaspora dollars in terms of flow. We do believe, and we have recognized this for many years, that diaspora remittances are problematic because you are charged the cost of transfer, and they are also fixed in terms of the exchange rate. It's in a sense, you lose double. That's why towards the end of the 2000 and the beginning of the 2000, the decade of 2000, there were so many what we call pseudo currencies or cryptocurrencies, and they were actually, to try and defeat the process, they were actually established just because of the frustrations of cross-border payment system. So in a sense, what I'm really saying is that we have to improve our cross-border payment system just along the lines I said about PAPs, or even a currency or a payment system that is currency neutral, for us to beat this problem, especially from the diaspora. I do agree that the currency, the trading, the payment system that is currency neutral is very, very important. I do understand that there is a feeling that we should go into single currency. But we were there looking at the euro. And obviously, there are lessons to be learned. But single currency is a political decision. And I'm here with you that would be saying that this is where we need to go. But coordinating so many countries to take one single currency takes a bit of time. In fact, our advice is actually go into payment system and then create a numeraire that numeraire can actually be exchanged across those countries. I'm sorry, this is not theory. It is actually practice. It is extremely very practical. Markets are segmented in our region. It depends on which segment of the market you operate in. And that is why when you go into a particular market, you find a different rate. But there is a unifying rate. Let me say that the most important thing is to accept that there have been policy mistakes. And those policy mistakes, we are paying for them very hard. I wouldn't go through it, Honorable Speaker, because some of it, I'm already accused of being theoretical. It can be extremely theoretical. But let me put it this way. The moment you change the relative price structure, whether it is coming from heavy investment in non-tradable sector, that is like for infrastructure, road sector, housing sector, and you are holding your currencies constant, what you are really doing is actually to change the relative price structure and the value of the currencies. That is, it becomes misaligned. We are actually paying the price of misalignment that happened in 5 to 7 years ago. That is what we are paying. I would like maybe in a separate moment I can actually explain that in a less technical way, but we are paying the price of those historical mistakes that have happened in the last 5, 7 years. That is why you found that as soon as you allowed the nominal exchange rate to move, because there was a requirement of it cannot fluctuate between 20 cents on either way, then we restarted the interbank market. There was a steep depreciation, which was also being pushed by the scarcity value of the dollar. The dollars were retreating. So we have a combination of forces that have hit us, and you cannot disentangle some of those processes. But I want to summarize and say there was a policy mistake, but by the time we are correcting the mistake, there was a scarcity value of the dollars. It was a global shortage of dollars that hit us. I do believe that the interbank market will work. The central bank has provided appropriate codes, forex codes of trading. But what we really need is actually once we ride over the shocks that are hitting us, then we can come into a very reasonable, can we say sensible, or can we maybe assume that no more trading positions, and we'll be able to predict. The most important thing is that the central bank provides information every morning in terms of how it is trading. In actual fact, even when you go to Google, you still find you can get even information at every minute. That is for purposes of coordinating information search. It is important, but if the market was working properly, we would be happy with that. I'm very happy about the question of G2G. And because I had to come up with a statement to actually show yesterday, to actually show where we are. And I actually appreciate that we have safeguarded the supply and we have actually protected ourselves against extreme volatility. It's going to be difficult for me to develop a counterfactual to actually show what would have happened. It's extremely difficult, but at least you can see the amount of dollars we removed from spot trading. That is a good example. As I saw the newspapers reported how much have been paid, how much is being stored by those banks that are holding the LCs. Just imagine that those amount of dollars would have been procured in spot trading. We have prevented ourselves from that kind of expectation. Let me come to the question of free fall. It is not a free fall. It is actually a process of adjustment from previous mistakes. And you have to accept when mistakes happen, let's own them and leave down that bad history so that we correct future mistakes. But at the same time, if you want to see a good example, look at the indicator of current account deficit in those years. You'll find that it was running high. It means you're taking foreign savings. You are consuming what you don't have. So in a sense, something has to give way, and what gives in or what gives away is the price. Every time the foreign exchange depreciates or even appreciates, it changes the relative price structure of any economy, and that is where we are. I'm happy about money supply and even the connection that is being made, but I think the most important thing that we are doing, we can relate that to sovereign bonds, but sovereign bonds are debt. Essentially, what we are doing is actually try to see what we can solve in terms of the development needs that we need, but more importantly, what we really need. It cannot build our foreign exchange reserves because it is a debt to be paid in future, but in the short term, we can rely on that. I do think that the solution to all these problems is actually to look at our trading patterns, the balance of payment. Current account deficit is the one that measures the net import minus exports and shows that we are consuming more from foreign borrowers, and that is the problem. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Kajwang, what's the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Minister discuss with a lot of professionalism, and I think it is merited that many of the issues that he's adverting to has historical issues in the last 5 and 7 years. But I'm wondering if he would be misleading the House, because if I remember, he served as the governor of the central bank within these years that he's talking about. In other words, he was part of policy making that he's talking about. Would he come clear to us and the country to exculpate himself from blame that he is not part of those that made that policy that he's talking about? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Are you part of the problem?
I'm not part of the problem. I'm well trained. I was part of the solution for many years. And I left the central bank in March 3rd, 2015. This is close now to 10 years. So, and I did show clearly from that period, including statistics, that how we managed the exchange rate. There are times we were hit by shocks and we recovered. But I was giving a clear example of what has happened 5 to 7 years ago. That was also a period I was away. Thank you very much.
Question 217, Aden Daud Yes, Jeanette.
Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence on a matter that is before the House.
Which one?
The issue of the recruitment of KRA that was raised by Honorable Mathioya, Honorable Mugo. Mr. Speaker, that matter is very important to the nation because, and we have the minister now.
All your houses, you've talked to me. Let me finish the questions that I've called out first. Minister, there are many members creeping here wanting to revisit the question of KRA recruitment. I am not inviting any member. I'm going to question 217 of 2023. Aden Dawood, I'll come back to that. Aden Dawood. Minister, I'll combine Aden Dawood. We have passed the 1 hour is allocated. I'll combine Aden Dawood and question of Abdi Shuria, 295. They are related and I want quick short answers. Dawood?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand
Yes,
to ask...
Mamboka, what is the problem?
Guidance, Honorable Speaker, maybe the minister should be short to the point because he's taking too long
I just told him
to say nothing.
To give precise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dawood, ask your question.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask question 217 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary, Roman 1, explain why card schemes, in particular Visa, are charging merchant fees and penalties that are not publicly published in the course of their business operations? Roman 2, provide evidence of regulatory approvals on the undisclosed Visa and other card merchants' calculations of their charges and penalties on card holders that earn millions of US dollars and whether they pay, whether they declare that income to Kenya Revenue Authority. And thirdly, clarify whether these charges are regulated by the CBK in line with their prudential guidelines for institutions licensed under the Banking Act and whether these cards are in breach of any other relevant provisions of these guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Shuria. Abdi Shuria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether it's appropriate for businesses to refuse cash payments, which is still recognized as a legal tender? 2, state the measures in place to accommodate citizens who do not have access to digital payment systems such as M-Pesa, online payment platforms, or credit/debit cards such as Visa or MasterCard. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister, those are very clear questions. Can you give quick, short answers?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On question 217, 2023, my response, Honorable Speaker, Central Bank of Kenya does not regulate international card schemes domestically from a payments perspective. This is because parties involved in such schemes, arrangements enter into exclusive bilateral agreements and are bound by card scheme rules, terms and conditions that are invariably define the nature and the scope of the contractual engagement. On further reflection on question
295.
2023, let me say that cash is a form of payment amongst other payments instruments that are recognized by law. The central bank recognizes the recent developments in terms of electronic payment systems, especially at the retail level, but does not deter any form of payments legally. At the end of the day, those who use cash will recognize the cost of paying in cash because you have to travel to the point of sale. Cash remains the most frequently used means of payment within different points of sale, But the most important thing is that the central bank has not declared which means of payments is feasible. Everybody is free to use any payments mode. Thank you.
Minister, the question is very simple. Is it appropriate for businesses to refuse cash payments? That's what he's asking.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. It is not appropriate to refuse cash payments. It is illegal and it's binding. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Daud?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied with the answer given by the minister. I am surprised that the minister will say that they do not regulate card merchants who use cards like Visa and MasterCard. I wonder then, why do we regulate banks? Why do we regulate digital payments like M-Pesa? If this country will not be in a position to regulate Visa, we are able to go into contractual agreements with any of the merchants that we deal with. What we are asking is, if there are charges that are hidden and they are charged to Kenyans, what records do they have other than going to court? And why the central bank is not regulating such card issuing merchants? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, the central bank approves products for any commercial bank that presents different types of products, whether they are payments products, they are approved by the central bank. However, there are some payments that are encrypted, and so it means that you abide by the conditions. It approves the conditions of service, but does not regulate the day-to-day transactions in those products. It's the same thing with the electronic payment system. It approves the products and approves the banks that is going to hold such products, but does not enter into contractual arrangements between two parties. That is the point I was making. Thank you, Speaker.
Next, 294, Walter Wino, member for Awendo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 294 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary, number one, provide the status of South Nyanza Sugar Company's request for financial assistance in the form of a bailout from the government? Number two, expound on the details of the proposed commercialization/lease plan, including the management of Sony's nuclear land, and explain how the issue of ownership will be addressed. Also state the measures in place to protect the current employees from losing their livelihoods, and clarify on the guidelines in place to ensure a transparent and beneficial privatization process for the company, particularly for the farmers who should benefit in both the short and long term. Number three, provide the status of implementation of recommendations of task force report into the crisis in the Kenya sugar industry appointed by the Minister for Agriculture on 27th March 2023, as well as the report on the petition on inquiry into crisis facing the sugar industry in the country by the Committee of the National Assembly that as adopted on 20th June 2019 with regard to privatization of sugar companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've provided very elaborate tables and answers from page 20 to this question. And let me say that, Honorable Speaker, between the period 2019 and 2023, the company received a bailout from the government through Agricultural Food Authority, AFA, aimed at addressing farmers' arrears and factory maintenance as detailed below in the table. That is the table 1 on page 20. Of table 1A, of table 1B. Table 1A is talking about disbursement in branches. Table 1B is providing the dates of when this happened, and then I have the bailout factory maintenance presented in table 3. I would prefer that if there are any specific questions after this, I can follow up, because I've provided these tables to show the details. The supplementary question is the plans to privatize the state-owned sugar mills goes way back in 2015. And the Privatization Commission approved the sale of government stakes in the 5 sugar companies. That is South Nyanza Sugar Company, Zoya Sugar Company, Chemiril Sugar Company, Muhoroni Sugar Company, and Miwani Sugar Company. The current status, following the cabinet meeting held in Sagana State Road on 8th August 2023, the President and his cabinet vacated the earlier decision to privatize the 5 sugar mills. I just wanted to make sure that I state that because, Honorable Speaker, this House has debated the leasing arrangement and they are familiar with the process and they are happy with the process. I just wanted to make sure that I refer to that. Finally, the report that has been put across, the implementation of the task force report 2019 is provided on page 23. I've provided some details. And what we are saying here, the response is that it's on course, spearheaded by the State Department of Crops at the Ministry of Agriculture. It is important to note that the progress has been slow because of the resistance from the stakeholders, which is necessitated by the abandonment of the privatization model in favor of the leasing model. The National Treasury has continued to support the ministry as reflected by the bailouts that have been shown to on the farmers' arrears and factory maintenance. Let me refer to a meeting that was held in the Lake Region Economic Bloc Sugar Industry Conference held in Kakamega on the 8th and 9th of September in 2023, and the stakeholders made recommendations on the following areas, among others, as noted in the Task Force Report 2019. One of them is to make sure that there is a validation of the Task Force report, there is establishment of a sugar board, the sugar board to handle levies, not commodities fund, regional clusters, reinstatement of Sugar Act, need for sugar regulations, and waiving of debts. And I think this is the report that is being followed up by the current stage of leasing arrangements. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Walter.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm not very satisfied with the response. More so on the issue of payment of the arrears to farmers, considering that these arrears are dated back to 2019 when canes were supplied to some of those factories. I want the Minister to tell us when these farmers should be expecting to be paid their arrears. Are they to wait for the transaction of leasing these sugar factories to end so that they are paid, or the Treasury is going to commit into paying them their arrears before the transaction starts? Again, I would want to know
one at a time.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
Donya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm seated here, and when the CS is giving answers, it's like every member is saying he has not... Can
you ask your question?
But even if you ask a question, Mr. Speaker, then, the answers are not clear to us.
Then yield the floor. Yield the floor. Carolo Monde.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Could the Minister update the House on what steps the National Treasury has taken, being the custodian of all government assets, in respect of the recovery and preservation of the Miwani 10,000-acre land, in view of the Court of Appeal decision, when it was the last court of resort, that that land is public land? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me say that in terms of arrears to farmers, I may not provide answers to that because I'm not aware of the magnitude and how long it can take to get those funds. So in a sense, it's a question that can be followed up. The second thing is that custodian of national assets, that's the responsibility of the National Treasury. And that is why the government introduced the leasing model that is going to preserve the assets of these sugar factories. It means that it is the injection of new technologies and even capital.
Minister, the question is so simple. Yeah. The Court of Appeal said Miwan land belongs to the public.
Yes.
To which you are the custodian. Have you taken custody of that land? That is the question Carole has asked. So no theories.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I think I will have to follow it up with specific actions that have been taken, but I just wanted to mention that the National Treasury is the custodian of national assets, and that will remain the same, and will take position in terms of the legal proceedings of that.
Are you in custody of Miwan land? 12,000 acres of public land declared so by the Court of Appeal. If you don't have a ready answer,
I don't have a ready answer to that. That is, Honorable Speaker, that I don't have a ready answer to that, but I just wanted to actually answer in a general way what is the specifics of the national.
To be fair to you, it was not a question framed earlier, but I direct you to write to Carol Omondi and give him the answer.
I'll do that, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
We go to question by Gabriel Kagombe, 296. Gabriel Kagombe, question dropped. I thought I saw Gabriel Kagombe in the house. Question dropped. Last question by nominated member Dorothy Ikiara. Minister, once you finish that, I'll give 5 minutes to members who are agitated.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Question number 356 of 223. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the reasons for delayed payment of pensions due to retired teachers who languish in abject poverty years later after spending all they had following up on their pensions? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary outline measures the government is putting in place to ensure timely, efficient, and effective payment of pensions to retired teachers? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Dorothy. Minister?
Let me get my response.
You found it?
No, I'm looking for my, Honorable Speaker, I'm getting my response because it's a long response.
It's the last...
yeah, I think I may have.
It's the last question on the list. And I encourage you not to go the long response because the questions are very straightforward.
Let me say that this matter is a long, and it is presented in a very detailed way in terms of what has happened in terms of court cases up to the Senate. And what has happened is that in 2011 and as late as 2021, the government decided to start paying the teachers. At present, about slightly over 21,000 teachers have been paid, and the remaining one are still in the pipeline to be paid. We do recognize that this is a matter that has been protracted and has been in court for many years. And what has happened is that the payments were started out, and our detailed answer that showed even how the court cases have been resolved and the payments have been started out. So there are still remaining about 11,000 teachers, slightly over 11,000 teachers who have not been paid, and that is in the pipeline to be paid. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Dorothy?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I am not satisfied with the response, Honorable Speaker, because the CS is answering on behalf of the teachers who retired, who are awarded the salary increment of 1997. Honorable Speaker, this is 27 years down the line, and he is talking about a balance of 11,000 and something teachers who have not yet received their benefits. Honorable Speaker, it is very sad to note that a majority of these teachers have died as they continue languishing in poverty, waiting for this payment, Honorable Speaker. And it is very sad, Honorable Speaker, when the CS stands in the floor of this House to say there is a balance of 11,000 yet waiting to be paid. He is not giving us the definite time when this 11,000 will be paid. Honorable Speaker, if the workers of this country will work for as long as it takes, diligently working for the government, and then they die without getting what is due to them, then, Honorable Speaker, this is something that I don't have any language that I can describe the suffering of these teachers. Honorable Speaker, let the CS give a commitment in this House today when these teachers are going to receive this payment. On top of that, Honorable Speaker, we don't even know. Let him also avail a list of all the teachers who have been paid since then, because this money might be going to ghost people. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Minister.
Now, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Those are the emotions of a former teacher. So
Is there? Thank you very much. Those emotions of a former teacher are very well understood. I'm 10 months into this job, and I stand very sympathetic to that position. I've heard even worse stories from the Senate committees. Let me give you the exact figures that I have here, just to show that this process is towards culmination. The National Treasury has since received a total of 23,467 revised claims. Revised means that they have been updated because we wanted to make sure that from 1997 they have not lost any income from the TSC, out of which 22,017 have been processed and paid. The total payments amount to Kenya shillings 16 trillion 0.84 shillings. The remaining 1,470 revised claims are in the pipeline of payments. The list of the 22,017 claims has been shared in a soft copy using the question.time for the Parliament, so that you can look at you can see what has happened. Let me say that it's a serious effort to make sure that this happens, but it's also dependent on the resource availability. We are solving a legacy issue, and I do believe the emotive part of it, and we'll do our best to make sure that it is done. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Mwalimu Milemba.
Honorable Speaker, something has come out. I don't know if the minister is really right to say that the payments to the teachers is 16 trillion. It sounds like either, I can't believe it can be in trillions. But number two, he is not speaking about the current teachers who also have not got their pensions, leave alone the 1997 ones, despite the fact that pensions is a fast charge on CFS. Can you tell us why the teachers' pensions are not being paid, despite the fact that it's a fast charge on CFS? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much. Let me correct the figure that I gave. The figure is 16.085 billion.
Not trillion.
Not trillion. I think the full stop was not seen. It was looking like a comma.
Okay.
I think I do agree with the urgency of the matter. I do agree we have had these issues even at the county level, Honorable Speaker, even at current level in terms of pension remittances. So we are resorting to the exchequer to actually draw down on this. Otherwise, they are supposed to be statutory deductions, and we are reformulating our payment system so that those statutory deductions are automatic. We have a similar problem, even current problem, not even the legacy historical problem, but it's a problem, Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to rectify so that we are resorting now to the exchequer because those deductions were not provided for. So in a sense, we try to do to work out round the clock on the basis of available resources and how much we can work with the documentation coming from TSC to finalize this.
Minister, what you probably need to do, you know, pension is a contributory fund. You tax the employer at source, you match what you have taxed, and it goes into a special fund. So the emotional disposition by the Honorable Kiara is justified, but the answer doesn't match that emotion. So what I will advise you is if you can prepare a comprehensive report on the delayed pension to teachers. When it's ready, send it to the majority leader. I'll give him an opportunity in 2 weeks to present it to the House. And then of you who have agitations from your constituents who are teachers and suffering in the same manner, you can ride on Dorothy's question so that comprehensive council can come here in 2 weeks' time. The Honorable Kagombe has reappeared and said he stepped out to ease himself. So I had dropped your question, but I'll give you 2 minutes to prosecute it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The majority leader was trying to make sure that I don't ask this question, but then I will still present it. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the National Youth Service is yet to receive the 2 billion shillings that was allocated in the just concluded financial year 2022-2023? And 2, state the time frame for the release of the said amounts to National Youth Service to enable the service to clear its pending bills. And number 3, indicate when the remaining balance will be availed to the National Youth Service to fully settle the pending bills.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I think this matter, we have tried to struggle with it. And again, it's the whole issue of resources. So far, only out of the 5.4 billion, only 2 billion has been paid, but everything is waiting for reimbursement. It's actually a scarcity of resources. And this is a matter that has been with us for some years. So in a sense, it's not refusal to pay, it's actually the scarcity of resources. We have found ourselves in the last 10 months or so having very serious constraints because of maturity of debts, and that is why we have scarcity of resources. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Kagombe. Are you satisfied?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied because...
Ask him a supplementary.
Because under the Public Finance Management Act, pending bills form the first charge in the subsequent year. And these bills have been there, and there is finances enough to do other things and to pay current bills and not to pay the pending bills. And you know, Mr. Speaker, this thing of pending bills is actually not pending bills. These are people's monies that have been held. This is government using people's resources. This is government actually literally stealing from the people, because you have accepted supplies from private Kenyans. They have gone to banks, taken loans, and you're taking this money and telling them that we have scarcity of resources. Money is a scarce resource. There is no one time that money is going to be ample to do everything. But if you incur an expenditure, please pay up. Don't pay for new expenses and you've not settled the old ones. So, Mr. Speaker, please, we need to get a proper response from the Cabinet Secretary, other than just say that there is scarcity of resources. That cannot be an excuse.
Minister, give a proper response.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and I didn't get the hang of it. For over 20 years.
Kagombe probably represents traders.
For over 20 years, we have had so many committees on pending bills, and we have seen always the outcomes. And we are really very sympathetic about that. Right now, we are in the process of even forming another committee to put a stop to these pending bills by doing a final evaluation. For those that have been audited and have found to be payable, we are in the process of payment. But in a sense, this is a historical issue. It didn't start yesterday. So we are sympathetic of this, and I do believe they are people's incomes, and people have lost their assets because of that. So, Honorable Speaker, I will provide a full report even after we have done, even when we have covered the current state of payable bills. In this report, I focused only on those of NYS, and I've gone into several stages in terms of showing the details. What I cannot perhaps indicate is the actual payment time, but I'll follow up with that with details in terms of payment period. But we have done a lot of analysis in that, and we have covered the time frame and even the kind of resources that are left to be paid out. So it's something that I'm going to follow up, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Daud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, did I hear the minister say he's going to make another committee pending to check the pending bills? Yes. And for the last 20 years they've been doing it, and he'll do another one, and then another one, then another one. So we're never going to come to an end of it. People will not be paid. I think that's what he said. He'll do another committee. So what happened to the last committee?
Yes, member for Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I feel like the minister is not taking this issue of pending bill seriously as he should take it. Honorable Speaker, I expected with the question of Bwana Kagombe, Honorable Kagombe, the minister to give us a strategy, a clear strategy on how to deal with the issue of pending bills. But, Honorable Speaker, the answer was very unsatisfactory, and I believe that we deserve a better explanation on how the Treasury wants to deal with the issue of pending bills that has made Kenyans go bankrupt, others commit suicide, and others, Honorable Speaker, lose their whole livelihood. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much for that question. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for that question. I think the certainty of what is purely pending bills is very, very important. The last time we heard of it was during President Kibaki's regime. Out of the pending bills that were claimed to be pending bills, it was a small percentage that was actually certified and verified. This House has created rules and regulations in terms of what can be paid as pending bills and what is the process of verification. We have to follow that process. We have to be adherent to the law. But I'm also very sympathetic that we should not have any pending bills.
Minister, the majority leader who is a CPM might perhaps tell you that under the PFM Act, it's a criminal offense for anybody to procure goods or services without an attendant budget.
Yes.
And as minister, you should give strict directions to persons manning public institutions that they should not and cannot procure goods and services from Kenyans without an attendant budget, and therefore if they did that, as you deal with the historical baggage, at least clean the now and the future, so that we don't have piling pending bills because of flouting the law.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm well guided, and that is the position we have taken so far. We are now trying to solve the legacy historical issues so that at the very end we can leave down that bad history that we have to contend with.
Yes. Now, Minister, before I release you, you circulated a list from KRA that has caused several agitations. I'll give about 2-3 members an opportunity to just ask a question on it. Once we finish, we should be done in 5 minutes. I'll start with the Honorable Junet.
Mr. Speaker,
I'll give only 3, so don't raise your hands.
Thank you.
I know who I'm giving.
Mr. Speaker, the document that has been presented today by the Honorable Cabinet Secretary for Treasury on the issue of recruitment of KRA, Mr. Speaker, is a classical example of what is called the animal farm. In the animal farm, they say all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than the other, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is really shocking, and I don't think it was the intention of the Cabinet Secretary to table this document today in this House, Mr. Speaker. I don't think so. Because, Mr. Speaker, if he did so, then he came here to commit a serious criminal offense. Mr. Speaker, there are constituencies here, like Thika Town, that have gotten 50 people. 50. And then there are constituencies that have gotten only one person, like yours truly. Mr. Speaker, Suna East has only one person. And counties. Can you imagine a place like Kwale County has 4 constituencies and they have only 4 people? Mr. Speaker, if this is not something that is absurd, I don't know what absurdity means.
Ask the minister the question. You are making a
Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker, through you, I wanted to ask the Cabinet Secretary, what is the rationale he used? Because in his initial answer, he said he used the 2019 census. This is not the 2019 census. This must be a census that was conducted by Treasury maybe a month ago or 2 months on their own. Because we have the data of the 2019 census, Mr. Speaker. What rationale did he use to employ these people? Or does it mean that there are people who know how to do paramilitary work and others don't know? Or there are people who know how to collect taxes, others don't know? Or is it your second name? Or is it the shareholding principle that was used here to employ people in this country, Mr. Speaker? All that must be clear. Even the
Minister, just not, I'll take 3 or 4, then...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I represent constituency called Endebess. Endebess there is listed as 0. There is nothing. It's not appearing anywhere. So I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary, in constituencies where nobody has been recruited, what plans does he have to compensate those constituencies?
Thank you. Wamboka, just one question each.
Indeed, Honorable Speaker, it is very shameful that as a country, having traveled a long journey to try and make every Kenyan...
Don't make a speech, ask a question.
To try and make every Kenyan feel comfortable, Honorable Speaker, why would be the minister giving these trainees military training, Honorable Speaker? Are they going to be fighting with the people they are going to collect tax from, Honorable Speaker? And 2, Honorable Speaker, can we get the ethnicities? Can we get the ethnicities of these people so that in the spirit of the Constitution, we may speak to the regional balance of this country, Honorable Speaker? Thank you.
Member for Chuka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also looked at that list and I'm still wondering, because we have the CS here, the CS is still in the house, Kenya has not stopped employing, so it needs to tell us, because I'm sure KRA will employ again. This is not the last time KRA is employing. Is he giving a commitment that the constituencies that have been short-charged in this employment will be looked at? Because like mine, I don't see anything that we got. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of teachers that retired in 1997, was ill. You need, as you handle the issue of teachers, to remember that there were people who had been promoted to join the Ministry of Education as ministerial officials, and they are not included in that retirement package. It only talks of teachers, not ministerial officials. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Korere, that is the last one, Minister. You answer questions. The concerns are all the same.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, the question I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary. I listened carefully when he was presenting, And he said he used the census of 2019 in as far as regional distribution is concerned. I want to ask him a question, and we'll go back to the census of 2019. Does he want to tell us, according to the census of 2019, 2 communities constitute 70% of this country? Question number 1. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear in as far as regional affirmative action on marginalized groups and people living with disability and minorities. I want him to come clearly because I can challenge this list. If he table the list of Laikipia North, for example, I can swear there is not even one Ndorobo, one Yaku, one person living with disability. And finally, Mr. Speaker, going to train 70% of KRA trainees in Eldoret, paramilitary training. Are they training a tribal militia? Speaker, are they training these guys to come and box traders, strangle them, kick them, kill them, to squeeze taxes out of them? What exactly are they doing?
Minister, as Majority Leader.
Speaker, maybe because the minister, I don't know whether the Bureau of Statistics is under his ministry, but maybe he could also, and I'm not asking him to do it now, when he retreats back to his office, and I hear what the Honorable Sarah Korere has said, although with reservations, because I am certain even the military bases do not train militia. They train our military whom we respect and honor. Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me, because members do know that if you have something to say, just like I did, seek the Speaker's attention and say it. But Honorable Speaker, I was saying our military bases do not train militia. 2, I was asking the Minister, Honorable Speaker, if he can also get from the Bureau of Statistics in relation to what Honorable Sarah Korere has said and what the Honorable Junet said, the number of people that are claimed to be from 2 communities to equally ascertain from the same census whether the said 2 communities constitute a higher number in terms of population, including those who are in morgues who have died, those who are in schools,
Let him finish.
and other institutions, Honorable Speaker, because it will also be unfair to profile communities on the basis of their numbers, Honorable Speaker. And where Honorable Junet comes from, his original home, and Honorable Farah, you know, there are people who are endeavoring to increase their numbers. When I have one wife, some of them have up to 4 with a minimum of 7 children. When I have only 2 children, where I come from, Honorable Speaker.
Order. One thing at a time. Let Minister respond to those. Order. There'll still be another opportunity. Let him answer those questions first. 5 of them from Junet, Wamboka, Korere, Bukose, and the member for Chuka. Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The list I provided, Honorable Speaker, is for the number of those who attended and those who are interviewed and those who qualify. That is the consolidated list. What I don't have and I want to follow up with, because that's the information that I have now, I have the information of those who are interviewed and qualified. I provided information of those 2 that were disqualified. But what I need to provide as a follow-up is information of those who applied and the distribution. That is what I'm saying I'm going to follow up with. The information that is available here, is only for those who are interviewed and those who qualified. What I'm going to do is to follow up with information of those who actually applied. Then we'll see the whole picture. Then it is not everyone who applied that qualified. One of the things that we need to remember is that not everyone who got the information, so it's in a sense we need to see the whole information and see what that. Third, I actually provided information while the military training, and that justification because of the quality and the nature of the work. It requires physical fitness. Third, finally, I'm going to look at the census data and try to indicate the census data including the age cohort, because the census data is one component, but the age cohort is another component. So I'm going to follow up with this more comprehensive information that we can get information from.
DK, give the floor to DK. Hold your horses. I'll hold your horses.
Okay.
The Speaker knows what to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. What I want to say on the issue of the revenue officers, I think we cannot punish the minister, and we don't know all the data that came out, because Kenyans need to apply. Listen, I am entitled to my opinion.
Order, honorable members.
I am entitled to my opinion. So what I'm saying, can you find out
DK,
how many people applied
DK,
in your area before castigating the Speaker? Thank you.
Order, honorable DK. Sit down, take your seat. Honorable DK, this is question time, and the minister has not requested any support in his ability to answer questions, so I gave you an opportunity, believing you had a question to ask. The member that is Were, ask a question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The minister is not very clear in answers as far as KRA issues are concerned. The advertisement was very clear. They were recruiting clerks, even during interviews, but the military came later. But the question is, are you aware that quite a number of Kenyans were knocked out in Eldoret and they were subjected to pregnancy test and also HIV test? Are you telling me those who are working in KRA, if you are pregnant and you are HIV positive, you are not supposed to work in KRA? How many did you turn back after successful interview in Nairobi?
Makali Mulu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this matter of recruitment in this country is not a new matter. And I think, Honorable Speaker, this is not specific to CS Treasury. This should be specific to all the PSs and the CSs. I think as a House, Honorable Speaker, we might need to digest so that our Committee on National Cohesion and I don't know what the other, and equal opportunities, I think the committee is failing us. The matter we are discussing here should be a report of that committee which tells us the reasons as to why we are not allocating these positions in line with the population numbers for each region and for each, because it's very clear, Honorable Speaker, there should be a proportionate way of allocating these positions. Otherwise, to me, I think the simple answer, Honorable Speaker, which you are not getting, is that we are being told this government is a government of shares, and those who have no shares don't expect to get these positions. And unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, even those who are supposed to be having shares, we can see you are not getting. So can we know whether there are some... Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm advised by the clerk, and I believe the advice to be true, that this matter is actually before the Committee of National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity. And if indeed it is, then a report will come before this House. And when the report comes, you will have an opportunity to debate and give direction as a House. That being the case, therefore, members, I will end here and go to the next minister. You can feel the outrage of the House. Advise institutions under your watch to adhere to the law and act within the law. On the same matter, on a different matter relating to this minister? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, you have indicated that we are vacating this and moving to the next order. And Mr. Speaker, that is where I seek your indulgence and guidance. We are going after this to the Committee of the whole House on two bills, one on the digital health bill and the other on social health insurance bill. In the social health insurance bill, Mr. Speaker, there is an issue that...
Hold your horses, Nicole. Minister and your team, you are released. Minister and your team, you are released.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Nicole, go on. Honorable Nicole.
So, Mr. Speaker, on the social health insurance bill, we have an issue, Mr. Speaker, that the amendments that has come, that are supposed to be from the committee amendments, are actually different. At least some that we have gone through are different from what the committee actually recommended. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that's, in my view, is a very, very serious matter, and I seek your guidance in two ways. One, Mr. Speaker, is it proper that if a committee has made recommendations on what the amendments should be, then they change when they're in the order paper? Two, Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence that we actually withdraw this particular bill for the Committee of the whole House to give the committee time to actually look through Yes, Mr. Speaker, so I seek your indulgence in two ways. One, is it in order that the committee has made recommendations in terms of the amendments, and when they come in the order paper, they are different? And two, that you give this committee time by withdrawing this particular item of from the order paper, so that the committee can actually go through all the amendments that were supposed to have come from the committee, and just be sure that it's not just those that you have noted that are a problem, that all of it. And three, then agree as a committee that these are the committee amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek your guidance and indulgence on that.
You have actually jammed the gun. First, we have not reached Order 8, and you seem to be raising issues on Order 8. Secondly, when we reach Order 8, and we're in a committee of the whole, then the right process is to prosecute amendment by amendment, and whenever you find that there is something amiss, you raise it at that time. This matter came to the Speaker's attention by way of a letter signed by a few members of the committee. I received the letter. I directed the majority leader and the chairman of the committee to discuss the matter and prosecute it in the committee of the whole. I've also been told that the amendments that were not taken on board from the committee have since been adopted by one member. I was told that member is prosecuting those amendments as they came from the committee. That means all is not lost. What you need to do is, as you go to the committee of the whole, diligently prosecute each amendment as they come and see what best you can do to bring a good law in the legislative process. But I received your letter and those who signed it, and I've acted on it in the manner I have said. Honorable members, will you be... Yes, Kajwang?
Mr. Speaker, I will never go against your ruling because that is not possible from a ranking member such as me. But Mr. Speaker, you have solved the problem in one way. But I also had Honorable Nyikal and myself to be requesting that now not in terms of the whole house, but we could reorganize the order paper because definitely Roman 1 is going to come before the committee of the whole house. But it is unlikely that Roman 2 will be prosecuted in the whole house. If possible, you could pronounce yourself on it, that this matter be taken back to committee to reconcile and harmonize even tomorrow so that it can come in the afternoon and we can consider it in the committee of the whole house. So that some of us who have constitutional issues, because there's a lot of constitutional issues here as to whether committees can disregard what they have agreed properly in committee and bring before us an order paper which is different. And then there's also a procedural issue, whether the clerk can change what is in the order paper, what is in the committee, and print a different supplementary or order paper which is in variance, totally in variance with the committee decisions. These are issues which are fundamental, but we don't want to prosecute them now. Now we only ask that it is possible, Mr. Speaker, that you could rearrange the order paper and say that let us deal with Roman 1. And therefore, because I don't hear problems on Roman 1, and so that we can tackle it tomorrow without all these issues that we're having. Mr. Speaker, I beg.
Kajwang, as I discharge a quasi-judicial function here, nothing is before me to warrant me to do what you're asking. Like I said, we have not reached that order yet. You may have a legitimate point, but that point can only be prosecuted in the committee of the whole, because the next order is a committee of the whole, and it will be highly unprocedural for the Speaker sitting in plenary to direct matters going to the committee of the whole to be stayed or to be stepped down. That can only be done in the committee of the whole by whoever will be chairing the committee, on the understanding that there will be material sufficient to justify the request. Like I did say, I got a letter on a matter that Dr. Nyikal has very ably raised, and I dealt with it in the manner that I said I did. And I now invite all members to be upstanding. Oh, sorry, I have jumped the gun. Let's call the order first. Take your seats. Sorry, courtesy. Call the order.
Order number 8, Committee of the Whole House.
Now you can be upstanding, honorable members.
Let's wait. Let me call the meeting to order. Then you can have a point of order because we have not even begun. Okay. I now call the House to order. This is the Committee of the Whole House to consider the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023. And also to consider the Social Health Insurance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 58 of 2023. But we shall start with the first one, the Digital Health Bill. What's your point of order, Honorable TJ?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Deputy Speaker. Madam Chair, the point is very simple. I'm sick, yes. The point is very simple. We have just come from the plenary and we made interventions which the Speaker in his wisdom made a ruling which is right, that those issues can be canvassed in the committee. And these are the issues which we want to bring to your attention and seek your guidance on just before we begin. And the point is simple, Madam Speaker. The point is simple. We request you to look at the order paper and reorder the order paper, just to make easy or convenience to some of us. Instead of waiting for Roman 1, some of us could be doing parliamentary assignments in this house elsewhere, so that we know that order Roman 2, it is unlikely that we may prosecute or finish or reach Roman 2, because there are issues that we think should be raised, and we want to raise them, both constitutional and procedural. So if Madam Speaker would be forthcoming and pronounce yourself that we are unlikely to reach Roman 2, then we can easily do our other parliamentary work as Roman 1 is being prosecuted, because there don't seem to be a problem with Roman 1, but there is some issues with Roman 2. I thank you.
No, I think let us just allow us. I think you're speculating that we may not get to Roman 2. Why don't you see how much progress we make in the next 30 minutes with Roman 1? So we are starting with Roman 1. Yes, that's what we always do in the House. That's what we always do in the House.
We request you to reorder and say that because then you need to listen to us if then this is the case.
Honorable TJ Kajwang, I'll just rule on that. We shall proceed with the order paper as set out, and we shall start with the Digital Health Bill, Roman 1.
Clause 3.
What's your point of order, Honorable Ferdinand?
Madam Speaker, Chair, let's be serious. I took so much time sitting in this hall, going through the both motions, and it's only fair that both bills. It's only fair that DJ Kachwang and the honourable member that gave him the information specify what clauses have been changed, so that we don't have to waste so much time like we did last night. So I suggest that we actually get specific areas so that we can be able to deal with that. We spent so much time, Madam Speaker, and I do not want to take so much time repeating the same thing. I remove.
Yeah. Honorable members, let us just begin with the Digital Health Bill as scheduled in the order paper, because in any case, both bills have got the same significance. Thank you. Let us proceed.
Clause 3.
I'm beginning to think this is a delaying tactic. What's your point of order, Honorable Jeanette, in a minute?
Chair, you see, both bills are under one order, order number 8. It's only Roman 1 and Roman 2. Why don't we address the fears of the honorable members, then we can proceed together if you let him raise the issues that he thinks that he needs to raise, then address them, then we move forward, Chair. That is a better orderly way than saying come later. They're already in one order. You can't separate them. They are twins. Cement twins, or they're called what? Siamese twins.
Honorable Junet, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with you. Yes, so it's a point of order, Leader of Majority. I hope you're not saying that we should reorder the paper.
No, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I wanted to agree with you. Because to begin with, the person who has raised those issues, Honorable TJ Kajwang, from all our records is not a member of the Health Committee. Number two, Honorable Speaker, the chair of the committee has signed for the particular amendments that are in the order paper. And our standing orders are very clear that the chair of the committee is the one who signs for all reports and amendments that will appear on the order paper on behalf of a committee. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the amendments being spoken to on the social health insurance bill, there are similar amendments sponsored by members. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is only fair that we proceed and we desist from now what seems to be filibustering and wasting time, and we proceed as is listed on the order paper. Whatever other amendment Honorable TJ Kajwang wants to bring, even now you can file an amendment. Those that are already on the order paper are there. There are some that are similar, others are dissimilar. Honorable Speaker, I beg that we proceed.
Honorable TJ, I think you're now becoming out of order. You already made your case. I already made a ruling that we shall continue with the order paper as is, and it is going Roman 1 and then Roman 2. So we'll start with Roman 1. And I think, Honorable Junet, you've already made your point of order. Let us now begin. Okay, this is the last point of order. What's your point of order?
What is this, Chair? Chair, I agree with what the majority is, with an amendment. You see, Chair, the chairman of the committee can sign an amendment on behalf of the committee. But that doesn't mean that the amendment that the committee members wish to carry will be dropped by the chairman. He doesn't have that executive authority. That's why they are called a committee. Number two, if you are saying we are going to address these other issues in Roman 2, then let's proceed to Roman 2. Okay. Watch it. Let's reach Roman 2. And then Roman 1, Sasa.
Let's proceed.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Chair, mover.
Chair, I propose that clause 3 of the bill be amended in paragraph H by inserting the words within and immediately after the words health facilities.
I now propose that the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3 be amended as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Honorable Anthony Olwach is the mover of the amendment. He's not in the house. Okay, that amendment is dropped. I now put the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I now propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. As there is no amendment, I now put the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Again, I now propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Anthony Olwatch is not here. Dropped. I now put the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I now propose that clause 7 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 7 be amended as per the order paper. This is just cleaning up because it's not an authority but it's an agency.
I now propose the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Yeah, the clause 7 as amended by the as proposed by the chair be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chairperson of the Health Committee. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? And Sergeant Adams, could you bring us an extra microphone so that we're not trying to switch on the mic on and off? I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I now propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 8 be amended as per the order paper. This is just in one, competitively deleting the words competitively recruited and appearing in paragraph A, then deleting paragraph F, and then substituting therefore the following new paragraph, the 3 persons not being governors nominated by the Council of County Governors with knowledge and experience in matters of digital health, because governors, health is more represented in the counties. Most of health is in the counties, and therefore we want to have adequate representation by the counties.
I now propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Okay, I now put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 9 and 10.
I now propose the question that clause 9 and 10 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 9 and 10 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Hold on. I now propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Chair.
Madam Chair, I propose that clause 11 be amended as per the order paper. This is in terms of recruitment of the Chief Executive Officer, and we are asking that the Chief Executive Officer be recruited in an open, transparent, and competitive process. This just making it more cleaner, and in consultation with the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, immediately after the words time to time, instead of saying time to, immediately after time to time in subclause 2.
Thank you. I now propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
There's an amendment. I now propose the question that clause 12 be amended, be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 12 be amended as per the order paper. In one, where we are just cleaning up instead of authority, what we are creating is an agency. And then we are also, instead of saying in terms of qualifications, we are raising the qualifications to a master's level. That's all.
I now propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 12 be amended, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 13 be amended as per the order paper. This is to make provision for the qualification and functions of a corporation secretary of the Digital Health Agency.
I propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 13 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. No. Okay, 14.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Chair? Oh, it's Antonio Watch. Is he back? You've been missing. Proceed.
Then, my Lord, you have a mic. Proceed.
Oh, thank you. Madam Chair, I propose that clause 14 be amended as per the order paper.
Madam Chair, the reasons for this is to make the wordings of this clause consistent with the provision of the Constitution. The role of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission under Article 234 of the Constitution is to provide advice on remuneration. So the word advice is to be used in substitution of the word consultation in order to make it consistent with the provisions of the Constitution. I so move.
Members, I propose a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Chair of committee. Chair, your comment on this?
I want him to prosecute again.
The Honorable Pukose ask the Honorable Meli to let you listen to Honorable Watch then. Honorable Watch, just for your...
I'm just trying to look for the amendment.
I can take it again?
Yes, please.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I did notice there was a change of guard, sorry. I propose that clause 14 of the bill be amended as per the order paper. The purpose of this is to substitute the word in consultation with the wordings upon the advice of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. The purpose of this is merely to make it consistent with the provisions of Article 234 of the Constitution, which provides that the role of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission is to advise.
Thank you.
So that there is no confusion. Thank you.
The Honorable Chair.
I think it's a good amendment.
Thank you. Honorable, I now put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Will last minute opinion say aye? Will last minute opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 14 as amended part of the bill. Clause 13. Clause 14 as amended part of the bill. Will last minute opinion say aye? Will last minute opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Part 3.
I propose the question that part 3 heading be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 15 be amended as per the order paper, and this is to provide for levies as source of money for the agency.
The Honorable Chair, you are renumbering part 3 first before you proceed to clause 15.
Part 3, that part 3 of the bill be renumbered as part 9 of the bill and be rearranged in accordance with the proper chronological sequence. This is just chronological sequence.
Thank you. I propose the question that part 3 be renumbered as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that part 3 be renumbered as proposed by the Chair. Will another opinion say aye? Will last minute opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question. I put the question that part 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will last minute opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 15 be amended as per the order paper, and this is to provide for levies as a source of money for the agency.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19.
I propose the question that clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 20.
I propose the question that clause 20 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 20 be amended as per the order paper, and this is to provide additional checks and balances on investments to be done by the Digital Health Agency.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 20 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 20 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 21 and 22.
I propose the question that clauses 21 and 22 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 21 and 22 be part of the bill. Will many of that opinion say aye? Will many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 23 be amended as per the order paper, and this is for quality purposes, which will ensure that only licensed health products and technologies are used in the country.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will many opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 is part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 24 is part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 25 be amended as per the order paper, and this is to make provision for sensitive personal level health data that has been stripped of personal identifiable information.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30.
I propose the question that clauses 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. The Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 31 be amended as per the order paper, and this is for alignment with the provisions of the Data Protection Act number 24 of 2019.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Watch, you have an amendment to this particular clause?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose that clause 31 be amended as per the order paper. The reason, Chair, is that the amendment as proposed seeks to ensure that the principle of confidentiality and integrity is upheld for alignment with the principles of data protection under the Data Protection Act 24 of 2019. So this is for purposes of alignment and consistencies with the principles of data protection.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Chair.
Already in the amendment that we've already done on the chair, We had already said we are aligning it with the provisions of the Data Protection Act number 24 of 2019, which is what he's saying. So we've already done that amendment.
Thank you. I put the question that clause 31 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Will as many be further amended proposed by the Honorable Watch? Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 31 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38.
I propose the question that clauses 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 38 be part of the bill. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 39.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 39 be amended as per the order paper. This is just to correct a typographical error in drafting.
Thank you. It's a typo from the word date to the word data. I propose the question, therefore, that clause 39 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 39 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Chair?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 40 be amended as per the order paper. This is also another typographical error that we're just correcting.
Thank you. I propose the question, therefore, that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 40 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I propose the question that clause 41 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 41 be amended as per the order paper, and this is basically in A. We are doing provision to the provision ought to cover all categories of health data. Then the sharing of the data this is a grave breach, and therefore it should not be allowed. And then we are also enhancing the fines to make them more deterrent and commensurate to the offenses of mishandling health data.
Thank you. Members, I now propose the question that clause 41 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. The Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think this amendment is very important. Only for me, where we are deleting the word sensitive personal, so that we take care of health data belonging to individuals, Honorable Chair, is something this House must be able to support.
Thank
so
you.
that we align ourselves to the Data Protection Act. I support.
Thank you. Honourable members, I therefore put the question that clause 41 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 41 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clauses 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and clauses 47 be part of the bill. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I propose a question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 48 be amended as per the order paper, and this is to correct also a minor error in drafting.
I propose the question that clause 48 be amended as proposed by the chair. You are substituting the word they, capital they with capital they. I now put the question that clause 48 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 48 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair. 49 yes.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 49 be amended as per the order paper.
What about it?
This is, we are deleting the word guardian appearing in paragraph G and substituting therefore the words parent or an appointed guardian.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Health Committee. I now put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 49 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 be part of the bill. The Honorable Watch, you got an amendment to this.
Thank you, Chair. I propose that clause 51 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, good legislative drafting requires that
Honorable Watch, say what you intend to do.
What I intend to do is to amend it by deleting the clause. And then I proceed to give the reasons that for purposes of good drafting and for neatness, Parliament must never make laws in vain or make laws similar or where laws already exist to regulate that subject matter. The e-waste management is already comprehensively regulated under the Sustainable Waste Management Act number 31 of 2022. So this is not only repetitive, but also runs the risk of ensuring that this bill when it becomes law may clash with the other bill. So already this is regulated elsewhere in another law.
Thank you so much. Members, I propose the question that clause 51 be deleted as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I reject that amendment as medical waste needs at least regulations, e-waste in terms of which can be done by the Cabinet Secretary. There is no I'm not able to read this. And this, when you look at clause number in the, just a minute. Just a minute.
As you put the vote together, Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, the amendment by Honorable Anthony Oloch seeks to delete the entire of clause 51, which is dealing with the question of e-waste disposal. Honorable Speaker, I fail to understand why the Honorable Anthony, who hails from another constituency, that has a huge problem with waste disposal, even solid waste, would want to increase more waste in Mathare and other parts of Nairobi, because if we do away with this clause, it means then we are not able to deal with e-waste management. And therefore, Honorable Chair, I strongly oppose the deletion and propose that we maintain that clause as it is in its entirety. And is indeed the committee, and I don't know whether the Honorable Anthony Oloch is a member of the committee. He's not a member of the committee. The committee had deliberated on this issue and agreed that they maintain that clause as it is.
Thank you. Honorable Milemba.
Chair, during the plenary, this was one of the matters that was free spoken on by most of the members. And they were very clear that they would want this waste to be disposed of as proposed by the chair, because it was also sensitive material. So I would really support that it's retained as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Fukose. I'm going to come to you. Honorable Watch, don't worry. I'm going to come back to you. Let's hear from the chair.
Honorable Chair, I reject the proposal by Honorable Oloch to delete it in its entity, because management of e-waste is actually key in terms of health information system, and therefore there is no conflict with the Sustainable Health Management Act number 31 of 2022.
Thank you.
This is properly prosecuted as it is in the bill.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nikal.
Chair, maybe just to strengthen the position of the committee in this, there's an element of e-waste we should look at.
Yes.
Some of these are actually electronic equipment, and some of them actually retain information, so that even when they are old, and sometimes they are removed from service when they are actually not completely old, so they contain the information. So if you leave it, people can still extract information from that. So it is very important that we actually dispose of it in a way that protects that information.
Thank you. Honorable Watch.
Honorable Chair, I'm trying to persuade the majority leader that in principle I'm not opposed to management of e-waste. My only problem as a lawmaker and a draftsperson and somebody who contributes a lot to drafting and lawmaking in this house, for neatness, we could have consequential amendments where you take it to an already comprehensive law on e-waste management. It exists as a law of this house, the Sustainable Waste Management Act 31 of 2022. That's my only problem. The placement by a consequential amendment in an act that already exists. I actually don't oppose what they want to do with waste management here.
Thank you.
It's the way we need to deal with it.
I wonder if more law will cause constipation, but we will decide either way. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 51 be amended by deletion as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Will as many other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many other opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 51 part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I propose the question that clause 52 part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 52 be amended as per the order paper. This is basically to specify that the requirements in paragraph P to D in subclause 2 only apply in the case of health research or the conduct of post-mortem. There is also need to develop regulations for health tourism in compliance with Section 104 of the Health Act number 21 of 2017, and as alluded to in the marginal note of clause 52.
Now, members, I propose the question that clause 52 be amended as proposed by the chair. I therefore put the question that clause 52 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 52 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 53 and 54.
I propose the question that clause 53 and 54 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 53 and clause 54 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 55.
I propose the question that clause 55 is part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 55 be amended as per the order paper. The members of the board of the Digital Health Agency are bound by the Constitution, the Data Protection Act number 24 of 2019, and the oath of secrecy signed under the Official Secrets Act, Cap 187.
The honorable member go on record and say that you want to amend by deletion. Without your doing. Go ahead. Go on the record. Say you propose that clause 55 be deleted. I'll hear that from you.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 55 be deleted.
I now propose the question that clause 55 be deleted as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 55 be deleted. Will as many other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
I propose the question that clause 56 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 56 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
I propose the question that clause 57 be part of the bill. The Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 57 be amended as per the order paper. This is to correct a minor error.
I propose the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 57 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 57 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 58.
I propose the question that clause 58 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 58 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? Other members, we are so many in the house, but I can only hear 3-4 voices. I would wish more members participate in this process. Go ahead.
Clause 59.
I propose the question that clause 59 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 59 be amended as per the order paper. This is to enhance the fines to make them more deterrent, and to make them commensurate to the offenses committed under the bill.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 59 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 59 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 60 and 61.
I propose the question that clauses 60 and 61 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that clauses 60 and 61 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses, new clause 20A.
Honorable Chair, clause 21, the 20A.
Second reading.
Move it for second reading.
Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 20A be now read a second time. Just opening the...
Is it looking for?
It's the order paper, page 1255.
I'm just opening the order paper. Allow
Page
me
1255. Page 1255.
I've gotten it.
Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I now move that new clause 20A be read on a second time, that all monies in the agency which are not intermediary required to be which are not immediately required to be applied for the purposes of this act shall be invested, A, in such investment in a reputable bank on the advice of the Central Bank of Kenya, being an investment in which trust funds or part thereof are authorized by law to be invested, and B, in government securities as may be approved by the National Treasury. 2, all investments made under this section shall be held in the name of the agency.
Thank you.
This is to provide additional checks and balances on movements, on investments to be done by the Digital Health Agency. I move.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that the new clause 20A be noted a second time. Yes, Honorable Kemei.
Chair, I'm fully in support of the new clause because, Chair, it anticipates that this agency will be having monies and it will not be able to use all the monies at any given time. Such monies, Chair, for purposes of increasing the overall account of the agency should be deposited somewhere or invested somewhere.
Thank
Chair,
you.
I support. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Makali, 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, even as I support this second reading of this new clause, I think it's important we note the following, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, most of these government institutions, unless they are commercial in nature, they are not out there to make money. And anytime start talking about them investing money in things like trust funds, and most of these trust funds are government securities, I'm asking myself, why would a government institution funded by the same government be investing resources when the government is borrowing resources from other sources? So I think this needs to be a very cautious approach to the issue of investment, because I've seen this has been applied to the other funds we're also creating. The one of the National Social Fund, the one on the Health Fund. There is this proposal which keeps on coming in investing the money. I think we need to tread very carefully in this area so that we don't have the government borrowing money from banks which are already, the same deposits are from the same government.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Makali. I now put the question that the new clause 20A be read a second time. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 20A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 20A be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
New clause 61A.
Mover.
Honorable Chair, I move that a new clause 61A be read a second time, that the bill be amended by inserting the following new clause immediately after clause 61A, a person who being a data controller or data processor of health data or who has been handling health information before the commencement of this act shall, within 6 months of the commencement of this act, comply with the requirements of this act. This, Honorable Chair, is to make provision on what happens to existing health data management frameworks in the country.
Thank you. I now propose a question that the new clause 61A be now read a second time. Members, I now put the question that the new clause 61A be now read a second time. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I propose the question that the new clause 61A be part of the bill. I now put the question that the new clause 61A be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be part of the bill. I now put the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, clause 2.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 2 be amended as per the order paper.
Honorable Kose, would you tell us what you are amending in clause 2?
Yes, yes. Honorable Chair, in amending this clause 2 as per the order paper, this is basically to align these definitions with the Health Act number 21 of 2017, and indeed to provide for a situation where a person is incapacitated. Then the words pseudo-anonymization and pseudo-anonymization are synonymous. However,
what are you talking about, the Honorable Chair?
I don't know whether we prosecute one after the other.
No, what you just said, what is it?
I've said pseudo-mization and pseudo-anonymization.
What are they?
These are synonyms. When you look at the bill, it is defined. It is defined. It is defined in that. Just hold on your horses. In that, in anonymization, it means the removal of personal identifiers from personal data so that the data subject is no longer identifiable.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I now propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as one other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Watch, you got an amendment to clause 2.
Honorable Chair, I propose an amendment to clause 2 as per the order paper by deleting the definition of the term e-waste and inserting the following new definition in the proper alphabetical sequence as listed in the order paper. Honorable Chair, the reasons for this is that the term is used a lot in the bill. However, it is not properly defined. The definition is therefore necessary for purposes of clarity, to prevent misinterpretation, and for statutory harmony. I move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Honorable Chair.
Chair, allow me to just consult a little bit. Allow me to consult Honorable Lodge. If we can just. What is this?
The Honorable Lodge, in the spirit of give and take, would you please give the Chair your ear?
Personal data. Yes. So this one. Would have fallen actually. Would have fallen. But the other one is no, I have to see the personal one. I have to see how it's defined as personal. inserting a new one. It's not here. It's a new one. It's already here. It's inserting the
The Honorable Watch, if I... Yeah, because what is the agreement? On the mic. On the mic.
Honorable Chair, after consultation with the Chair of the committee, the Leader of Majority, and members of the Health Committee, they seem to be insistent on the maintaining the word E, waste management, and I concede that I dropped my amendment under A on condition that they have agreed that they will take on my proposed insertion of the definition under B. So I agree to drop A.
Thank you. So, Honorable Watch's proposal for deletion of definition of e-waste is dropped. I will therefore then proceed to put the question that Clause 2 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch at B thereof. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I therefore put the question that Clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be title of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 1. I propose the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that Clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Remember, that marks the committee of the whole, the end of the committee of the whole on the digital health bill. I therefore call upon the mover to move for reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 23, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Digital Health Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, as you may be aware that the digital health bill and the social health insurance bill are almost inextricably intertwined, would proceed to also do the committee of the whole House for the social health insurance bill, then we'll consider them finally together. And therefore, I would request that we now move to the committee of the whole House on the social health insurance bill. Is that why you're being called back? Okay. The Honorable Nikal, go ahead.
Give him the mic. Wait for the mic. Okay, there you
Chair,
are.
this is what I raised it with the Speaker, the Conservative Speaker, before we came to the Committee of the Whole House. I once again raised it when we were starting the Committee of the Whole House. I was advised that I raise it now when we are on the particular item. Chair, my concern is that we are going to the Committee of the Whole House on Social Health Insurance Bill. There are amendments that are committee amendments. Chair, when we looked at the amendment in substance, they are different from the committee amendments that were recommended are in the committee report. So what we have, if you look at the committee report, and this is in clause 35 and in schedule 1, part 6, the committee report is different from the amendments that are in the order paper. So I have two issues, Chair. First of all, procedure-wise, is it correct that the committee recommendations that constitute the amendments change when they get into the order paper? Two, I had indicated earlier that we need time. Actually, we were asking that this item be put aside so the committee goes and looks at it, and actually all the others, and comes to a conclusion on this matter. Because the amendment we are having, which are the main amendments, are actually not what the committee recommended. So, Chair, that is my issue, and it is important, Chair, that this matter is actually canvassed. Colleagues, honorable members, when we get into a situation where what you discuss in the committee and actually recommend, and you recommend a specific amendment, and when it appears in the order paper, it is different. Is it really still a committee amendment, even if it is in the signature of the chair? I think that is a procedure we should look at, because these kind of things, if we leave it, Chair and honorable members, if we leave this to go on, we will find today it is me in the health committee, it is us in the health committee, tomorrow it will be in your committee, and then you will ask, where these things that are alien to the committee,
Allow him to finish.
these things that are alien to the committee, are they part of the committee amendments? Chair, that is my point that I wanted to prosecute, and I seek your guidance before we got into this process.
Mr. Chairman, intervention.
Thank you. Don't know about PJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank you. We have been. I have been patient on my seat, waiting for this opportunity to intervene on this matter since we broke off from the plenary. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to raise my voice. This is the first time that I am told the majority leader cannot hear me. But when I'm civilized, I speak in good tones. Mr. Chairman, there is an issue here, and I'm glad that I do not know what coincidence brought you to the seat. Because there are constitutional issues here that we need to canvass. They go beyond the health committee. They go beyond the health committee. Number one, and Mr. Chairman, just let me let you know that I have looked at this. I have looked at the committee report. I'm begging for Chair's attention.
Okay, here we are.
I have looked at the committee report, and I do not have to be a member of this committee. I have looked at the committee report. I have looked at the bill, and I have also looked at the order paper. And I'm not speaking here. In fact, I have nothing in substance to talk about inside that amendment. My issue is what Honorable Nyekal has said on the Constitution and the procedure. Because if we don't make these things clean, next time it will be a problem because we would have already consented to a precedent which is wrong. If in a committee you have agreed on certain things, and then you come before the plenary, you find a totally different thing. Majority Leader, please, I'll allow the chair to, I know, yeah, but you could give us time. Then you come to plenary and you find a different, completely different thing. And yet there is a committee report which is still subsisting, which shows very clearly that it is at variance with what you are faced with in plenary. Constitutionally, would we say that that is part of legislation? Because in this dispensation that we have, committee proceedings and committee sittings is the grapevine of how we make legislation. If then the chair or anybody else brings in a different amendment, would that have been, would you say that that is the legislation which was taken for public participation? Is it the legislation which the committee has agreed with? Is it something which we can incorporate in our laws? That is number one. It's a constitutional issue of making legislation. Number two, procedure. And in this case, I want to call out the clerk. I really want to call out the clerk. This is not the problem of the chair anymore. If there is a committee discussion and then there are proposals, then there are amendments, can the clerk on its own volition develop an order paper which is at variance with what the committee said in procedure? Can the clerk, does the clerk have that privilege? Irrespective of the enormous pressure, and I know that the clerk in this instance has a lot of pressure to change what was in the committee report with what we see in the order paper. And three, can we now treat this order paper, the supplementary order paper before us, as a truthful or as an honest document before the National Assembly that we can discuss? Because we can quickly show that it is different from the committee report. Is this supplementary order paper, the way it has been drafted, a document which we can use? So, Mr. Chairman, we beg you to look at this a little carefully. We have no emotions here. We just want to make laws. And I know that there could be pressures from different quarters, right? But if even those pressures can be properly sanitized and be done in a proper way. As the speaker said before, even thieves have decorum. Even thieves have decorum. Even thieves have decorum. So can we clean them in a manner that befits the National Assembly so that we can accommodate them and argue them? So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, that is the point of my discussion.
I would want to hear from the majority leader, then from the chairperson of the committee. Then I'll give all of us a chance to say whatever I want to say.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. And Chair, it is indeed true that this matter had been raised when the substantive chair was on the seat, and as we began the other bill. Honorable Chair, I've keenly listened to what the Honorable TJ Kajwang avers in his very lengthy submission. And he started with heavy words like constitutional matters, and I keenly listened to hear what is unconstitutional in the way the order paper is ordered and what is listed in the order paper, and there was absolutely nothing that he had used before you that touches on any matter constitutional. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, matters constitutional. If the Honorable TJ, and I'm certain he might have been in the House when this debate began yesterday, would have been raised in plenary during the second reading, and he didn't. But suffice it to say, Honorable Chair, I had also mentioned earlier, before you came to the chair, that the Honorable TJ Kajwang is indeed, as he says, is not even a member of the committee. And therefore, he can only base his argument on what he is reading in the reports, just like we are all reading that report from the committee, and which we considered yesterday. That report was tabled and signed by the chairperson of the committee in line with our own standing orders. Honorable Chair, the amendments, because I have keenly listened to Honorable TJ, taking offense with the clerk having listed those amendments as they appear on the order paper. But the clerk's office does not do amendments. It is members who take amendments, signed amendments, to the clerk's office. And the amendments that are in the order paper are properly before the clerk's office, signed by the chair of the health committee. And it is indeed true what the Honorable TJ Kajwang says, that the amendments proposed by the committee in their report are not in the text as they are on the order paper. But Honorable Chair, Honorable TJ, yourself and myself have been here long enough to know that when a committee report is tabled in this house, it ceases being a report of that committee, it becomes the property of the house. And it's up to the house to agree or disagree with the report. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the text, and I'm happy Honorable Makali is seated here, and he has amendments. Part of the amendments that the Honorable TJ Kajwang is speaking to are on the order paper proposed by other members. There is nothing in our standing orders, or indeed, as Honorable TJ Kajwang wants to make us believe in the Constitution, that says committee report amendments must be carried by the committee. Any member of this House can read that report, pick an amendment, and propose it during committee of the whole. And that is what able members of parliament like Makali Mulu, like Honorable Anthony Oluoch have done. They read the report, they found amendments that they agreed with, they proposed them. The chair of the committee found no need to propose the same amendments since they are before the House. Honorable Speaker, the only thing that remains now is for the Honorable Nyikal, who is a member of that particular committee, to either support the amendment by Honorable Makali Mulu, the amendments by Honorable Anthony Oluoch, and oppose that of the chair if he doesn't agree with them. But by and large, because the Honorable TJ has also averred that he has not read or he has not gotten into the nitty-gritties of the particular amendments, Honorable TJ, I want to tell you and assure you, the import of all those amendments, the net effect is zero, is the same. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to beg, just like the chair who was ahead of you had ruled, what we had seen was an attempt to filibuster and spend time on non-issues. And we know, Honorable Speaker, I said it and I want to repeat it for the record. This particular bill, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from the members shouting behind. Honorable Chair, I said it yesterday, Honorable Chair, during plenary, during second reading. This particular bill on social health, you saw the digital health bill, if the professor from Oiben could be listening. Professor Phyllis Barstow. There are no issues on the digital health bill. But this particular social health bill is the one dealing decisively with cartels. And I said it yesterday, Honorable Speaker, there are cartels that I know are already mobilizing and lobbying members. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we must not fall prey to cartels, the corruption cartels that have brought down the healthcare sector of our country by now trying to spend time here debating issues, Honorable Speaker, that are not, because if it is an amendment,
that is dangerous grounds,
Honorable Chair,
no.
Honorable Chair, I'm not saying cartels are inside here, but I said yesterday, Honorable Chair, this bill is under attack from very many quarters, and we must protect it.
Will you resume your seat? I want, you know, members, the issues being raised are very important. Let's not introduce issues that are not important. And so as Majority Leader finishes, because I want him to finish, I want to request all of us, let's remain on the straight and the narrow. Majority Leader, finish a few.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Most obliged. But I was saying, Honorable Chair, the gist of the matter is, are there amendments to this bill proposed by the committee that are on the order paper? The straight answer is yes. Are there amendments proposed by the chair that may not be in the text of the committee's report? The straight answer again is yes. What do we do as a house? It is to consider all amendments. If the Honorable Nyikal even has further amendments, if the Honorable TJ has further amendments, Honorable Chair, I believe we have done it before. Yes. You have indulged us even to move amendments on an amendment on an amendment. And therefore, I really want to beg that we drop the filibustering and get to the substantive work of legislating.
Thank you so much.
And save the people of Kenya.
Thank you so much.
We need to save them.
Thank you so much.
They are being auctioned because of health bills.
Thank you.
The solution is in this bill. Let us legislate.
Let's do so. I want to give this chance to allow me just 1 minute. This chance will go to the Honorable Pukose to clarify. The Honorable Pukose to clarify the issues of amendments you're raising about, they are being raised about, the variances.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the issues which have been raised by the Honorable TJ Kachwang on issues about amendments, that the amendments which might not have undergone public participation. Honorable Chair, you know that when members bring in amendments in this House, those amendments have not been, they are brought in by members who have not participated in public participation. Yet those amendments are prosecuted. And when we take this when we take the document, the bill, for public participation, it is not on specific, or it's not just one amendment. We take it for the whole bill. So the whole bill undergoes public participation. And members, once the report is tabled in the House, what it means is that it becomes a document of the House, so that members can be able to go in, look at what was received from the public participation, and see what amendments they can be able to prosecute. I've seen Honorable Makalu has made some even amendments which is picked from the report of the committee. So I think some of those amendments that the Honorable Nyikal might be talking about, they are not lost. The House will still pronounce itself on them. And what it also means is that when we table a report of the House can debate that report, can debate any amendments from it, and accept or reject. It doesn't mean that everything that the committee has decided, then the House will decide. Will support. What it means is, even those amendments, even if we brought as a committee, the House has a right to reject or accept. It doesn't mean that the House will accept wholly the amendments by the committee. And in any case, the Honorable Nyikal is a member of the Health Committee. He is free to bring any amendments that he thinks maybe in this document we might have left it out. Honorable Chair, I would urge you that we proceed with prosecuting the committee of the whole House.
Thank you.
Then members can speak themselves to specific amendments as we put it before them.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Patrick from Chuka. The Honorable Member for Chuka. I will come this side. I will not leave anyone unheard.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think the matter on the floor is an important matter. And Honorable Nyika, being a senior member of this House, is also a member of this committee, Health, where I'm the Vice Chairman, and is one of the most active members of the committee. That's not in this bill. So, what I want to say here is that Honorable Nyika, being a member of the Health Committee, does not disassociate him from being a member of this House. And this House is an house of debate. That's what we are doing in this session. We are debating this bill. And every member, whether you are a member of the Health Committee or you are a member of this House, you are free to bring any matter as we debate this bill. So, Honorable Chair, I request that you rule that we proceed with debate on this bill, but at the same time, you give, as we debate, we'll give time to Honorable Nyikal to bring his issues in the bill and the amendments. Whether he wants to do an amendment, the issue is on the floor. I've seen most of the issues that the committee agreed upon are the same issues that have been brought by Makari Mulu. That's the main amendment. So, Chair, I request that you rule that we proceed with the debate on this bill.
Thank you. Thank
yes.
you. Thank you. I'll give this chance to Honorable Wundo. 1 minute each.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With admission by the Chair of the committee that some of the proposed amendments by the committee have not been carried, then we beg to ask the question: what are the powers or the authority of the Chair of the committee? Does he have the power to cherry pick what to present and what not to present? Again, Chair, the argument that the report has been tabled in the House, on the floor of the House, the report was not discussed and adopted by this House, either approved or not approved by amendment. Honestly speaking, Chair, this is a matter, as Kajwang has said, of constitutionality. To what are the powers of a chair of a committee to override the report, the findings or the report of the entire committee, and choose only to present what is good to him and what he feels? And then, as we have said, even if there's too much pressure, we can open the pressure valve a little bit so that we're able to do things in an orderly manner. We are legislative for posterity. Kenyans and the generations to come will go through the Hansard and pick out this anomaly, and it will be such an embarrassment to this House. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Mili, 1 minute, Honorable Mili.
Chair, I do apologize and thank you for indulging me. I've just come from the airport and I don't have my card. So I'll request that even as we go on, when I carry my hand, if you could kindly indulge me. Chair, I think this matter has come before this House before. And I would want to encourage the leader of majority. Your name is the leader of majority. It means you have majority. When you misuse your majority, it shows impunity. Even in the committees, you have majority. Please follow procedure for posterity. If a committee has actually passed a report, Chair, it is unprocedural for then the chair to sit unilaterally and change and amend the reports of a committee. We are making the work of the committees useless. What I would want to encourage, Chair, that going forward, Chair, I would want to encourage that we follow procedure.
Thank you, Mali.
Encourage each other, and the chair of the committee, I know, is a guy who listens. And people listen to him. I've been before his committee, so he can encourage members.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mili.
He can encourage members, and members will listen to his amendments, and he will have the numbers. But the way we are going is unprocedural. It is wrong, and we are setting a terrible precedence in this House. I would want to encourage that we do the right.
Just, Chair, you know, on a point of order, Honorable Chair.
I'll make it very short, Honorable Majority.
Because Honorable Chair, Honorable Mili is very fond of mentioning my name, even assuming that I am the chair of the committee, because I am not the chair of the committee, Honorable Speaker. But if you are speaking procedures, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I want you to restrict yourself as to whether the amendments on the order paper are rightly before the House. And the straight answer, Honorable Speaker, to that is that those amendments are rightly before the House. Because whether Honorable Pukose is a chair of a committee or a member, an ordinary member, who is not even a member of that committee, he has a right to propose amendments.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And any member of this House can propose amendments so long the clerk has signed amendments.
That point is well made.
And I have seen those amendments in the clerk's office.
That point is well made, Majority Leader. This chance goes to Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think really some of us have been in this House for too long to appreciate some of the things we do. I want to give some statements of fact. Honorable Chair, amendments, when they come to this House, they can be carried out by the House, or we can even reject them. On the basis of that, then you lose your amendment. That's a position number one. Position number two, Honorable Chair, even when a committee brings the amendments to this House, it is not a must that we approve them as a House. In the past, we have rejected committee amendments. There are times, even, Honorable Chair, we have requested the chair of the committee to do further amendments to accommodate members' input into the bill. So what we are saying, and I think the problem we have here, Mr. Chair, is very simple. The problem which is being expressed by the members of the Health Committee is that these members sat for 2 weeks. We are told that. After sitting for 2 weeks and interacting with the stakeholders through public participation, there were things we were able to build consensus on. On the basis of that consensus building, they appended their signatures to the report, saying we agree, both sides, the majority and the minority, we agree that if we make these amendments, then we will be on the right track. What I would have imagined, Honorable Chair, is those amendments, they are carried as they were agreed in the committee to be committee amendments by the chair, and then the rest of us who don't belong to the committee can also move our amendments. Now, it is the work of the chair to convince the House, both the majority and the minority, to support his amendments. If we don't support, he loses. And it's the work of us, the other side, to do the same. So I think what is the issue of concern here, Mr. Chairman, and this is what I think I agree with what Millie is saying. The issue of concern is, Mr. Chairman, at times we have witnessed in this House where members don't vote on the basis of objectivity. We become more of voting machines. And that's why we are saying we have no problem with the amendments. I will be prosecuting mine and the rest. But we ask the members, when it comes to the proposed amendments, Honorable Chair, that we use objectivity. Anything which is good for the country, we vote for it, irrespective of whether it's a committee's amendment or whether it's an individual member's amendment. With that, Honorable Chair, we can proceed and then go clause by clause. But I want to plead with the honorable members that we support what is good for this country.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makali. The Honorable Sunkuli, lastly, one minute. Please, make it 1 minute.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want just to say, in the Health Committee, where I sit, we have developed very good comradeship. And a lot of respect we do have for our chairman and for ourselves.
Close, please.
And I think, I also know, I've also been in the House to know that all we are having, Mr. Chairman, is our say. Because for sure, I can tell members of the opposition that we are not going to have our way on this one. But let me say this. The amendments that are carried, that are today on the order paper, in a small way reflect what we discussed in the committee. But the amendments which have been taken away are equal to taking away the sail from the wind from the sails. Because the same things we were discussing yesterday. For instance, should NHIF staff be sacked once this authority comes? Now, we had said as a committee, we are not going to have NHIF staff to be sacked. But the import of this, of what we have now, is that the NHIF staff will not be safe anymore, even if anybody says.
Thank you so much.
And then
thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. No, order. Honorable Baya, honorable members, I think you've heard each other. You've heard what Honorable Chikala said, what Honorable Kajwanga said. I believe the issues being raised are not very light issues. I will leave the determination of the legal issue to the Supreme Speaker for the future. But this is my direction for now, for us to proceed. That I want to advise that any amendments that are in the committee report that are not being carried, I will allow them to be brought during this period. Anybody who has amendments that he wants to make, prepare them. I will allow them to be moved during this session. That is my ruling on the matter, so that we settle this finally. I don't want to go into this, semantics. If the amendments that were in the committee report have not been carried, I'll allow them to be carried now. Bring them, we'll request the chair to adopt them and move them so that we move with them, they are voted on. May we proceed? Can we start?
Clause 3.
Clause 3. I propose that clause 3. I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. And I put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Chair? And Chair, be alert.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 4 be amended as per the order paper. The Social Health Authority is not expected to have a surplus of funds, as all funds will be expended towards provision of health services.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Mover, Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 5 be amended as per the order paper. This is to specify that the Social Health Authority will be responsible for empanelment and contracting of healthcare providers and healthcare facilities, while the relevant body contemplated under clause 35 will be responsible for inspection, licensing, and coordination of healthcare providers and healthcare facilities.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. No, you can have some debate if there's any. I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Lodge have an amendment to this particular clause. Show me a Lodge amendments. Lodge amendments. Do you have the other paper here with you? Another one. Yeah, check Lodge amendments. Lodge. Honorable Lodge, do you have a card today?
I do.
Okay. We can't locate you. Yeah, back there. Down. We can't see your card. We can't seem to see your card. Okay, there you are. Please move to this one that has a mic.
Okay.
Move the mic that is on here.
Okay, I'm there.
Good.
Honorable Chair, I propose, as per the order paper, that clause 5 be amended by deleting subparagraph 5. The reason is that the amendment seeks to remove the functions of complaints handling from the Social Health Authority, as there is already a dispute resolution committee which is established under clause 45 to hear and determine these complaints.
So you are proposing to delete paragraph?
Yes, to amend clause 5 by deleting subparagraph I of 5.
Okay.
Because there is already a dispute forum under clause 45. I so move.
Thank you. Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 5 be further amended as proposed by the Honourable Watch. Honourable Chair.
Honourable Chair, I reject the amendment by Honourable Olwoj.
No, you can't just reject. Give us a reason. No, it's good to give a reason.
I've opposed. In I, which he wants to delete, the provisions of first schedule shall have effect with respect to the authority, and I, the one which he wants to receive and address complaints that may arise from the implementation of this act. In the fair administration of justice, we must resolve first the internal mechanism before we can go outside that.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Honorable Wundo.
Chair, probably need to make further amendments, because one, the principal administrator of this act is the authority. How do you receive complaints against yourself, address complaints against yourself? You are a judge, you are a prosecutor, a judge, an investigator in one entity. Probably might have actually with that, and that's why, Chair, we raised yesterday, time wasn't enough. We must find a mechanism. You cannot receive your own complaints against yourself, investigate the complaints against yourself, make judgment against yourself.
Thank you. Honorable Milemba.
Chair, I read this act at night, and I think the proposal by the chair is right, because I was even more worried when I saw too much powers being given to the other body that the Honorable is talking about. So for me, for internal mechanism, you cannot deal with something which you are unable to also receive complaints about it, because there are also other oversighting bodies that will not be blocked, even to also oversight and also bring those challenges, as the own body, the authority itself, also deals with the complaints affecting their matter.
Thank you.
I think it should remain. Thank you.
Chair, finally.
Chair, the Honorable Undo is talking about that that your complaints are coming within yourself. In the fair administration of justice, you must exhaust the internal process, that mechanisms that you have in place. We've also established a dispute tribunal that will be appointed by the Judicial Service Commission to look into other matters.
Finally, Honorable Watch.
Doubt. First of all, we are not saying that there should be no complaints, only that the complaints cannot be heard against the very person you are complaining about. In law, there is a maxim they call nemo judex in causa sua. You cannot sit in judgment in your own.
Thank you.
And finally, when you look at clause 45, so that this point is clear, there is established already an entity. It is established in law under their very same bill. So this clause that establishes that bill should be the one to be allowed to take up the complaints. This I is misplaced. So let us agree that it is a misnomer to be here and at the same time establish a committee which will receive the very same complaints.
I think it's a question about understanding what comes first. I therefore put the question that clause 5 be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended is part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 6. I will pose the question that clause 6 is part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 6 be amended as per the order paper. In A, the decision to charge or dispose immobile property requires the approval of the National Assembly. And in P, the Social Health Authority is not expected to have a surplus of funds, as all funds will be expended towards provision of health services.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the Chair of the Health Committee. The Honorable Owundo.
Chair, I stand to oppose that amendment. It might be done in abundance of caution because of the history of losing public funds, but the social health fund we are talking here, Chair, is based on the principle of insurance. Many contributors pay and only a few benefiting from the fund. Because if each person benefited who contributed, then the fund will not be viable. And that's why it's normal practice all over. Any excess funds that are not claimed in a financial year must be invested in an income and interest earning account so that the benefits accruing can be improved over time. That's the principle of insurance.
Thank you.
I don't know why.
Thank you.
What's the fear about here?
Thank you. I now put the question. I now put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 7 be amended as per the order paper. This is to increase representation of the counties since health is a default function under part 2 of the 4th schedule to the Constitution. And also to specify that the board members will be drawn from the consortium of healthcare providers for overall representation of the interests of faith-based and private sector healthcare providers.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair of Committee of Health. I put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair of Committee of Health. Will another opinion say aye? Aye. Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Aye. Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 8 be amended as per the order paper. This is to make directors, officers, or shareholders of private health facility eligible for appointment as members of the board of the Social Health Authority, and also to prevent a person that Parliament has found culpable of contravening Chapter 6 of the Constitution from being appointed as a member of the board of the Social Health Authority.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Kangogo.
Honorable Chair, I want to support the amendment by the chair. And Honorable Chair, you know the private sector, especially in health, they play a very critical role. And having them also in this board, Mr. Chair, will really help boosting the health standards in the country.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will another opinion say aye? Aye. Will another opinion say nay? I put the question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Aye. Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Yes, Honorable Millie. What's out of order?
Chair, could I please kindly request that we be availed with the order paper with the amendments?
Honorable Millie's request is a very reasonable request. The table office, please facilitate her to participate in this. No, Honorable Millie didn't ask you. She asked me, and I've said what should be done to her. So let's proceed. No, Honorable Millie sorted out. The Honorable Millie, I'm sure you're sorted. Thank you. So we go on.
Honorable Chair.
We are now clause 9, Chair.
I propose that clause 9 be amended as per the order paper. This is to prevent misuse of this provision, as it is impractical to get permission to be absent from a board meeting from the President.
I propose a question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put the question that clause 9 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 10, 11, 12, and 13.
I propose the question that clauses 10, 11, 12, and 13 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 10, 11, 12, and 13 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 14 be amended as per the order paper. This is to ensure that the CEO has a high level of technical expertise required of the specialized entity established in the bill. Then we are deleting paragraph B. The exercise required of the CEO of the Social Health Authority is more in line to the health sector.
And see, I propose the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Kajuang, TJ.
Inquire from the chair. It is going too fast, and I may not be on that page.
That's okay.
But there was a proposal in the bill that only lawyers would be CEOs. Is that still in the amendments proposed by the chair? Because we have said before that it is unlawful and unconstitutional to say in a legislation that only lawyers can be anything.
That's right.
So, but I know. I'm just asking the chair.
No, you guys should allow Honorable TJ. Allow him.
People, you are just something else. Anyway, the chair, I've got the point. So
and he's going to respond to you.
Yes.
Allow him to respond to you.
Yes.
Okay. Honorable TJ, what I've actually done is to delete that requirement in clause 14 of the CEO to be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. So I've done that.
Thank you. The Honorable Majority Leader. The Majority Leader, go ahead.
Chair, just to support what the Honorable TJ is saying, and actually the drafters of this bill had made a mistake, and I think it was a typographical error, because if you read B, it said the CEO has to be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. If you went to C, it said has at least 10 years knowledge and experience in health insurance, health finance, health economics, healthcare administration, and any other field. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, just to agree with the chair and TJ that, and lawyers are fond of wanting to be everywhere.
No, the Honorable Junet. You can't say what you just said. You can't do that.
I did not hear what Honorable Junet said, Honorable Speaker, but I was saying is really unfair, especially to accountants like myself, who would otherwise make very good CEOs, and you exclude them by law from qualifying to be CEOs, and therefore we support this amendment.
Thank you. I therefore members propose, Honorable Wundo, please.
Chair, I just want to draw the attention of the chair of the committee, the contradiction we have in these amendments. We have deleted the provision of investing extra funds. Yet when you go to the amendments and he has proposed under clause 14, C, adding subclause 6, we are talking about including earnings or accruals. Where do earnings or accruals come from if it's not from investment? Just wanted to bring to his attention that, the contradiction, the lack of law in the respect of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's still in order. He's on the same clause 6. I therefore put the question that clause 14. No, he's on Honorable Majority Leader. He's okay because he's referring to 14C. You're in 14C. No. I now put the question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chair of the Health Committee. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 14 as amended be part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The Honorable Makali, what is the problem?
We go on record. It's important to go on record, Honorable Chair, that the one we have just passed, I wish the Chair would have done further amendment to delete the word earnings and accrual so that we are aligned to the earlier deletion of investments.
I've got no chance to debate this, but I would request the Honorable Pukose to talk to the Honorable Oundo and Honorable Makali, because I don't believe that just because they can't invest, they can't earn. Let's proceed. Yes. Let's proceed. No, let's no. We're not going. We're not going back on this. We are not going back on this. We are not going back on this. There's nothing out of order. We are going to clause 16. There's nothing out of order, Honorable Jeanette. Let's go to clause 16.
Clause 16.
The Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair,
I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 16 be amended as per the order paper. The Corporation Secretary needs to be an advocate of the High Court of Kenya so as to qualify to practice as such as provided under the Advocates Act, Cap 16.
I'm sure.
And also this is to correct a minor error in numbering of the sub-clauses, because we've also done some bit of renumbering there.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the Chair.
Put the question.
The Honorable Kajwang, just say your support. because
I support, but I would have wished that there would be a further amendment to say that only advocates who have practiced for 35 years and have been members of parliament In that case, I would be the only one who will be recommended for that position. But I support.
Why don't you talk to the chair? Talk to the chair. Honorable Kajwang, talk to the chair. You could convince him. The Honorable Mili.
No, Honorable Mili will take the position before me, so now I drop that amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I support, though I don't know whether the Corporation Secretary has to necessarily practice. Nonetheless, I just want to correct what Honorable TJ is saying. I am a ranking member even in law, not only in the House. So yeah. I am his senior still.
No, that's what he said. He said that if you allow the amendment, you will get the job instead of him.
I'll get the job instead of him.
That's what he said, yes.
Yes.
Honorable members, I put the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 16 as amended be part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. The Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 17 be amended as per the order paper. This is to provide for the involvement of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, which is responsible for advising the national and county governments on the remuneration and benefits of all public officers under Article 230 of the Constitution.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair. I put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 18, 19, 20, and 21.
I propose the question that clauses 18, 19, 20, and 21 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 18, 19, 20, and 21 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
I propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 22 be amended as per the order paper. Here, the National Assembly appropriates funds for expenditure by the national government and other national state organs under Article 95 of the Constitution.
I propose the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the chair. The Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think we need to think serious about this amendment, because what you are saying is, anytime a budget is changed for this board, they'll have to come to the National Assembly. And you know very well, we have so many boards in this country which are under the sagas, and their budgets never come to the National Assembly. Are we being discriminative in terms of this particular board? And if so, why are you doing this, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. The Honorable Chair.
Chair, this is a social health insurance fund that will get its money from the exchequer. It is going to be appropriated by Parliament, and once it is approved, if they need to even do another if they need to make an adjustment, then it must be done through a supplementary, like any other state organ, or they spend and come and regularize through the BFM Act.
Honorable Kanyudia.
Yes. You want to leave it to, we are giving you functions and you want to leave it. This is serious.
Give it a minute, it's going to give you 56. Yes, Honorable Kanyudia.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I just wanted clarification here. Does this have to come to the Parliament or through the Mother Ministry? I thought the process is that the Mother Ministry does the appropriation to the House, and then does a request to the House, and then does disbursement to this particular entity. Will it have to come directly?
Honorable Pukose.
My fellow chair, normally ministries will make their budgets based on the proposals which they have, and they take it to the Mother Ministry. So through the Mother Ministry, it will come here and Parliament will appropriate. Then from there, they can spend their money. I don't know why people are refusing. If the National Assembly is...
Okay, I thought this was quite... straightforward. Honorable Majority Leader.
Chair, probably, and Honorable Makali Mulu is a member of the Budget Committee. If you read clause Article 35, the monies being paid into the fund will be monies appropriated by the National Assembly for indigent and vulnerable persons, and that is the import of that particular amendment, that if you revise then your budget from this fund and money was appropriated, especially now to pay for the indigents and the vulnerable, then you have to bring for during the supplementary budget for post facto approval by Parliament. Otherwise, it is money being appropriated by the National Assembly, and it's only right then if you revise, then you must bring it to the National Assembly for approval in the subsequent supplementary. I think.
Thank you.
We should be happy that it is giving us some muscle.
I now put the question, members, that clause 22 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 22 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 24 be amended as per the order paper to make it mandatory for the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations on implementation of the Primary Health Care Fund upon consultation with the board.
I propose the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair of the Health Committee. I put the question that clause 24 be amended as proposed by the chair of the health committee. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 24 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Clause? Or do you have an amendment?
Yes.
What is it?
Honorable Chair, I propose to delete D and E in clause 25.
You need to, first of all, be on the record and say that this amendment is not the order paper, and then explain to members what it is about.
Honorable Chair, clause 25, the amendment which I propose to delete is D and E. It is not in the order paper, but what it does is that there is established a fund to be known as the Social Health Insurance Fund, and indeed talks that funds from the national government, county governments, and their respective counties for the administration of the compulsory public service employees insurance benefit scheme, and E, funds from an employer who is not a national government, a county government, or their respective counties for the administration of the employee benefits. What we've done is that the enhancement, we've already removed the enhancement. So subsequently, that enhancement is no longer there. Therefore, we don't need to have those two clauses.
Members,
schemes have been removed.
because this is not in the order paper, I just want to repeat, if you have your document on the main bill, that's what I've said. And that's what I've asked him to explain. And so if you go to the bill at page, that is clause 25, page 1682, 1683. It's deleting, yes, it's deleting D and E. Yes, Honorable Undo.
Chair, it's good precedence that we can move amendments, as you have said, as we go along, this good precedence, and I thank you for that ruling. But Chair, the long-term import of those deletion is the return of the insurance cartels in the health insurance sector. I think the drafters of the bill had the intention that public servants or public entities, if they have to have an enhanced medical cover for their staff, the best place and the only place will be through the Social Health Insurance Fund. By deleting that, we are essentially returning, just like we have had the police medical cover, the rest of the others, parastatals, there is danger coming. We are not solving the problem that this bill tries to solve. We are empowering, we are again reinventing the public insurance schemes, private insurance scheme to continue with what has been happening. Thank you.
Thank you. I want you to respond to all of them together. Honorable Nyikal. Honorable Nyikal.
Chair, I think that's not in the order paper and it's actually significant. I want to give the information to this House so that this House makes a decision. What is happening here, what we are calling the enhanced schemes, are schemes where the civil servants, the teachers, and the police, actually the money that is paid for their health cover by the Kenya government was actually brought into NHIF to manage it, and therefore they were getting better scheme. What happened is that when that was worked out, it found that the money they gave, like the case of the police, was that they paid 5 billion to NHIF. But when it was worked out, then we found that actually NHIF used about 10 billion. So the argument of removing them at that time was that then this is a loss-making venture. But I want members to listen to this carefully, because this country is in danger. The moment they were removed from NHIF and they went private, the same scheme is now paying to the private sector 10 billion, which they did not pay. So when they are within NHIF, these schemes pay less. When they go private, they pay big. So actually, one of the considerations the committee had, could we just have them, but actually control? If you have a new authority that can control, this is actually public money. And then ask yourself another question. If this is money that is paid as medical scheme for workers, how come when they were in NHIF, only 5 billion was being paid? Now when they go into the private sector, it is 10. What happened? Because the number of the workers remained the same. So what I'm doing is actually giving you, if you ask me as Nyekal, not as a member of the committee, we just strengthen our systems and let this money be managed within the authority.
I want to give the chance to Honorable Gikaria.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Maybe I would really want the chair of the Health Committee, who has moved to delete this, maybe to consider and maybe withdraw that. And I'm saying this, just the other day, just the other day, I met a former member of parliament by the name Jogona Safi from Gatanga. And
he is the chair of the former MPs Association.
Exactly. Okay, I will listen to
Yes, go ahead, Honorable Majority Leader. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Gikaria has allowed me to inform him. Honorable Chair, what we are now legislating for is a social insurance scheme. And there was only need for those enhanced packages because the social health wasn't working. And what the chair is asking is we allow the social health insurance to work and we shall not need enhanced packages. And I identify with what Honorable Gikaria was going to say about former members of parliament
I was a member there for 1.5 years.
Yes, Chair, you are a former member for 1.5 years.
Yes, I was.
And you are actually a member enjoying those enhanced benefits.
Yes.
And part of the reason is because the normal social health insurance was not working. Now you are creating a system where you even have a fund for chronic and critical illnesses. Therefore, you will not need the enhanced schemes. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, these enhanced schemes have also been a very lucrative avenue for looting from NHIF. And those are the taps I was saying yesterday that must be closed. And I invite you, Honorable Gikaria, to join us and together with Honorable Nyekal to close the taps.
Thank you. Honorable Gikaria, this was your chance.
If that is what the majority leader is saying, and is assuring us that if I become a former member, and then I will be able to allow this social to actually function, then I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Chair, you still want to say something on this?
Chair, my colleagues have actually prosecuted it. What we don't want is abuse of the scheme, where you put little and what you spend is more, and therefore it will deplete the social insurance fund and other people will not be able to access it.
Thank you. Honourable members, I now put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the Honourable Chair of the Health Committee. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 26. I propose the question that clause 26 is part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 26 be amended as per the order paper in A is to correct a typographical error.
Show me what's amendment.
Then in B is to enable the enforcement of the mandatory registration and contribution to the Social Health Insurance Fund. And lastly, Honorable Chair, is to make it mandatory for all foreign nationals visiting Kenya on short-term stays less than 12 months to have a travel insurance cover for the purposes of protection of public health, especially during health-related emergencies, like when you have COVID and other things. Many countries have implemented mandatory travel insurance, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic, including Egypt, Rwanda, UAE, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and the entire Schengen region. Many members, whenever you travel to those countries, you find that you are asked, you must be able to have an insurance cover, medical insurance cover.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair of the Health Committee. The Honorable Watch.
Honorable Chair, I had this amendment, but listening to the chair of the committee, it appears to me that what I had proposed is actually carried in his amendment.
Correct.
So I drop mine and I support the chair's amendment.
Thank you. The Honorable Wundo, 1 minute.
Chair, I'm just curious to know, because if it's a requirement to get public government services, you must be a member, a registered social health insurance fund, how practical it is to implement. Because if, for example, you arrest me in a Changaden, will you not book me in the police station, which is a public service because I'm not registered for this scheme? Just, you know, some things are very good, but reality.
The Honorable Dawood.
Chair, I agree with what the chair has suggested, health chair, but I'm wondering how are you going to implement the person non-Kenyan who is coming into the country? Will they be checking at the airport, or where will they be checking? Chair. At the borders, which are porous?
Chair, respond to that quickly.
You know that Honorable Dawood is a third-term member of Parliament, and he knows the process. When he wants to travel to Schengen or go to Mary, you don't need a visa. But in all those other ones where you travel, you normally, when you're applying for visa, you attach your medical insurance, and that has been the common.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 26 be amended as proposed by the chair of the Health Committee. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 26 as amended be part of the bill. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 27.
I propose the question that clause 27 be amended, be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 27 be amended as per the order paper. The proposed penalty of 10% for failure to pay contribution is too punitive. Therefore, the committee settled on 2%.
I propose the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the chairman of the Health Committee. The Honorable Kanyudia.
Honorable Chair, I agree with the chair that it's actually punitive to have 10%.
Thank you.
Because there is a very likely failure, so that they can be encouraged to pay their arrears in case they fall into arrears.
Thank you. I now put the question that clause 20. The Honorable Jeanette, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to see you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, Chair, I was saying, you see, these contributions will be from everyone now, including people who are earning little money. If you put the penalty even at 2%, it's very high. I propose that we reduce it to 1%. You know, if you make penalty punitive, people will look for a way to avoid it and escape it. Just make it simple so that somebody knows paying the penalty is easier than hiding. Look at people who are on Fuliza. People now take a new SIM card so they don't pay the Fuliza.
The Honorable Pukos approach the Honorable Jeanette. Yes.
Chair, I hear Honorable Jeanette, and indeed that is why the committee found in their wisdom that a penalty of 10% will actually discourage people from paying. And take the case instance where people will now move from 500 shillings to 300 shillings, the most vulnerable in our communities, who, if you don't pay 300 shillings in a month, your penalty would have been 30 shillings, and you are discouraged to pay. Now, at 2%, your penalty will just be 6 shillings, encouraging you to pay. Therefore, I really want to plead, and Junet, I am pleading, I really want to plead with you that 6 shillings, even the fisher folk along the lake in Migori will be able to pay.
Your point is made, Majority Leader. Yes, Honorable Junet.
I was saying, according to the Majority Leader, he thinks the contribution of 300 is very small money. He's forgetting that his Hustler Fund is giving people 500 shillings only 500. The whole Hustler Fund thing you are hearing, 500. So, Mr. Chair, reduce it to 1%. Kenyans are tired of these penalties.
I now put the question
to remove
that clause. I put the question that clause when. Now, I now put the question that clause 27 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Health Committee. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 27 as amended be part of the bill. Will as one of many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 28 and 29.
Before I read those clauses, I just want to request members. You know, there are some proposals you may have that are very good, like you did yesterday the sugar bill. Before we read the clauses, approach the chair, talk to the chair, so that we can get consensus if it's something that you really strongly believe in. I really plead with you. Yeah. Thank you so much. I propose the question that clauses 28 and 29 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 28 and 29 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 30.
I propose the question that clause 30 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 30 be amended as per the order paper to make it mandatory for the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations on implementation of the Emergency Chronic and Critical Illness Fund upon consultation with the board.
I propose the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the Chair. I put the question that clause 30 be amended as proposed by the Chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 30 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
I propose the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, after consultation, I drop the amendment on clause 31.
Go ahead. What is the problem with Honorable Junet?
Clause 30 went like a lightning speed. Because you see, Chair, you are saying the Cabinet Secretary may make regulations. What about if he refuses? Because these regulations are very important. That is what is going, and those regulations have to come to this house.
The Honorable Junet, order members. The Honorable Junet, the Honorable Majority Leader, take your seat. Majority Leader. Order members. Order members. The Honorable Junet, this is spent. You got a very good research in your office. Use him. But the point is that the Honorable Chair was trying to do what we are asking him to do. He was trying to make it mandatory that the CS must consult the board. That was trying to do. Thank you. I propose put the question that clause 31 be part of the bill. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 32.
I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. The Honorable Lodge, clause 33.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I propose to amend clause 33 as it appears on the order paper. And the reason for this, Honorable Chair, is to insert the word Kenya Gazette replacing the, alongside the word website. And this is also pursuant to Article 35 of the Constitution in terms of the right of access to information, so that we may make this information or publication on the healthcare providers as widely accessible as possible. And I am hoping that the chair will find this not offensive. I so move.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I think it's an amendment that is adding value, so
thank you.
I don't think there's a problem with that.
The Honorable Watch, you are being supported. What have you forgotten? Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, and thank you, Chair, for agreeing with that. Chair, I want to drop Part B. Reading Part B, I'd wanted to add, to delete the word committee after this dispute resolution on 33(5), but reading the correct version of where the dispute resolution committee is set under 45, I find that it is consistent and therefore drop Part B.
That is the spirit. So we know the fact that the Honorable Watch's amendment, proposed amendment to clause 33, B is dropped, so we'll vote on the first one. I therefore propose, I therefore put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 34 be amended as per the order paper. This is to provide for the penalty of offense of displaying an identification issued by the authority without the permission of the authority.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now therefore put the question that clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Members, we have proposals here by the Honorable Watch and Honorable Makali Mulu. And the chair too as an amendment. Let me start with the chair's amendment. The Honorable Makali, you have an amendment here too.
Chair, this is one of the cases where the committee had an amendment which actually I've looked at. Honorable Watch's amendment is identical.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So will you allow the Honorable Watch to move his amendment? Then
Yes.
you can contribute.
Yes.
The Honorable Watch. The Honorable Watch, go ahead.
Honorable Chair, I propose.
The Honorable Majority Leader and the Honorable Nyikal, you allow Honorable Watch to move his amendment.
Thank you. I propose to amend clause 45 as per the order paper by deleting clause 35, thank you, by deleting subclause 3 and 4. Chair, this is one of the contentious clauses that committees had said had been dropped, and the purpose and the reasoning for deleting clauses 3 and 4 is that what is proposed to be outsourced or delegated is supposed to be the very, very core mandate of the authority that is created under this proposed bill. And therefore it defeats logic that the very, very core mandate of this authority is being delegated to other persons, which then may be unreasonable and may be subject to abuse. I therefore propose that clause 3 and 4 be deleted. I am also proposing to renumber the existing subclauses 4 as 3 if the amendment is carried.
Thank you so much. Honorable Makali, because let me just propose the amendment first. I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Oluoch. The Honorable Makali, because you have a similar amendment, you have the first bite on this.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think my amendment is similar to Honorable Roach's amendment. And what we are saying, Honorable Chair, and I plead with the members to listen to me because this is important. Honorable Chair, what we are saying is we want to outsource the issues of claims payment. What will happen, Honorable Chair, assuming we did that? Let's look at the operations. What will happen is somebody out there will do all the paperwork and then present the papers to the claims management office to pay. If you are the one seated in the claims management office as an officer paying, would you not take time to go through again the paperwork, the paper tray, so that before you pay, you are convinced this is what they pay? So even before you think about the payment, what you'll have done, you'll have gone through double procedures in terms of payment. The outsourced agent will bring the papers. It will take as much time as it has taken him to process them. So first of all, that is likely to cause delays to the processing of the payments. So to me, what I think is we don't need this outsourced service. The other thing, Honorable Chair, and I like what the majority leader keeps on saying, he has always been saying the reason why we want to amend this law is to do away with the cartels already in the NHIF. I can tell you for sure, Honorable Chair, without any fear of contradiction, this is going to be the biggest cartel in town. This arrangement is going to be the biggest cartel. And what we are not being told is, for this outsourced service, people will be earning some commission for processing that. Obvious, there will be, you can't process without being payment. So we are not even thinking about, imagine if this fund was a fund of 40 billion, Honorable Chair, and you just give 0.01% for processing. How much money are we talking about?
Thank you.
So you see people, what will happen now, people will start fighting for this opportunity.
Thank you,
and that's why you create room for rent seeking. Honorable members, I plead with you, we allow the NHIF team, the internal team, to process the payments and make the payment. That will help this country.
Thank you, Honorable Kal. Honorable Kal.
Chair, I once said here, it's the Speaker Muturi who actually listened to me. You can't say that if there are chicken thieves in a village, the village stops keeping chicken. Catch the thieves. The whole effect here is, this bill creates a whole claims management office. So that what it's doing is claims. And the whole essence of any insurance is claims. That is what insurance is all about. You have cars, you have everything, it is that claims. Then once we have created that office, we then tell that office that they must outsource. Why then are we creating that office in the first place? Okay, we have argued that there are cartels, that there's corruption. Let me tell you, I've been in government at very high levels. The seat of corruption in this country is actually the private sector. And until we settle with that, we will fight within and will not get anywhere.
Thank you.
Why do we think that when we take us outside there, those guys there are not corrupt and are not cartels? My view is we have created a new authority, given powers, chair appointed by the president. Let this authority manage this unit that we have done under them and let them do the work.
Thank you. Honorable Kangogo. That's Honorable Kangogo. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want just to seek a clarification from the Chair. Under the Claims Management Office, like, which functions are they going to perform as an institution, and which functions are they going to outsource?
Thank you. The Honorable TJ.
Chair, now this is, we have preached this enough. Chair, I know you are an authority in insurance law, and you can give very good directions on this matter. But members, let me urge you this evening that we don't come in this house to do anything else just to make good laws for our people. The majority leader said that there are a lot of people there who are pushing. Do not think that when we or somebody makes a position here, there is some pressure outside. We are just looking at the law and giving you the right opinions and the right advice to make better decisions. Now, what has come out, Mr. Chair, is that clause 35, there is a lot of discussion by the whip from the majority.
Order, members, order.
Majority whip, yes.
Go ahead, Honorable.
What has happened is, it is now very clear that under clause 35, the committee had agreed that they retain this thing internally. The whole committee, it is here in the report, I have it. If you read page 34, you will see that the committee had agreed, everybody.
Thank you.
But now you see that there is a proposal which is outside the committee. So what Honorable Alwach is saying, and I want to support him in this, he is reintroducing what the committee agreed on, what they did public participation about, what Kenyans out there think that is the correct thing. So I urge you members, even though you may have come with a different mind, on this one, vote with your head, vote with your conscience, and vote the right thing.
Thank you so much, Honorable TJ. The Honorable Chair will have the last say on this.
Honorable Chair, I oppose the proposed amendment by Honorable Lodge, in that I also have an amendment which I'll move once we dispense with what Honorable Lodge has.
Thank you. There was a question by the Honorable Hangogo, but I think you've decided not to answer it. I now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Lodge. Will as one of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as one of the counter opinion say nay? Nay. I will take it again. I now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Lodge. Will as one of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as one of the counter opinion say nay? Nay. Okay, the nays have it. The Honorable Chair, you have a further amendment on this?
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 35 be amended A, by deleting subclause 3 and substituting therefore new subclause 3, that the Claims Management Office may delegate the performance of its functions under subsection 2A and B to a suitable entity. To suitable entity stroke entities. A further amendment, entities. B, by deleting the words or a broker appearing in subclause 4. C, by deleting the words not more than 5 appearing in proviso to subclause 4 and substitute therefore the words suitable number of. And further amendment to clause B, 35 2B, in appraisal medical claims based on the benefit package, I'm doing a further amendment saying, and a claim setting agent. After medical insurance provider. No.
No.
There is no medical insurance provider.
No.
B, appraising medical claims based on the benefit package and a claim setting agent.
No.
That is here, the one I'm saying. By deleting the
Honorable Chair.
In 3B.
The Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Stick to the amendment you have in the order paper. Do you have the order paper?
Yes.
You have it with you?
I'm doing a further amendment.
Okay.
A further amendment to clause 3B by deleting the words or a broker appearing in subclause 4 and substituting therefore the words and a claim setting agent. Settling agent. Claim settling agent.
a further amendment.
No, we want to have this done neatly, so allow the chair to move this the way you should do it. Chair?
Yes.
35 has no 3B or C. 35 has 3?
35 2.
No, 35 is 35 4.
35 4.
There's no 35 A, B, C, or D.
35 4.
35 4. Go ahead now. 4, yes. That's where we should be. Go ahead.
35 4.
Yes. By?
35 4.
By doing what?
The entity referred under subsection 3 yes. Yes. 35 4. That is the one I'm saying, and substitute therefore the words and a claim setting agent. A claim settling agent.
Can I move it?
Yeah.
Chair, this is what I want you to do. Majority Leader, this is what I want us to do. What I want us to do is this. Let the chair move the amendment as an order paper, then you'll move a further amendment. So
what I wanted,
no, the chair of the health committee is on his feet. There's no vacuum.
Let me move as per the order paper.
Let him move his amendments as per the order paper.
Yes. Then I'll allow majority leader
to move a further amendment. Perfect.
Yes. Honorable Chair, I move clause 35 to be that clause 35 of the bill be amended A, by deleting subclause 3 and substitute therefore the following new subclause 3 that to read the claims management office may delegate the performance of its functions under subsection 2A and B to a suitable entities.
Leave it at that. I want us to deal with that particular amendment first. Yeah, so I want to propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes, the Honorable Wundo. I'll just give one this side, one this side.
Chair, I support the amendment as moved by the committee chair, and probably there could be further amendment, but I support the amendment. At least it's far much better than the demon in the bill. It's far much better. It's far much better. With the word may will remain may. We hope nowhere where may will be taken to mean shall.
Thank you. Honorable TJ.
Chair, I want to support this bill. I want to support that amendment. This is the maturity with which we come, that we want good legislation. This is far better than what you have in the bill. And members, if Honorable Pokose's amendment fails, then you go back to the bill. If you look at the bill, you are in, I think you are traveling to Madare on your way to Ruaraka. So we want to show maturity that what is good should be supported. I support those amendments, and even the further amendments, although, Mr. Chair, we are going to come to that, even the further amendments are going to refine the process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, members, I propose a question that clause 35(3) be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as the court of opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Chair, keep your seat first. We're going to go do this very systematically and go very well. The Honorable Kagombe, if he's in the house. The Honorable Kagombe. The Honorable Kagombe had an amendment that precedes the chair's one. He's not in the house, so his amendment is dropped. The Honorable Chair, go ahead with the amendment to 35(4).
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 35(4)
be amended as per the order paper. This is actually, we are removing not more than 5 appearing in the proviso to subclause 4 and substitute the words suitable number of. Not because when you say
with your movement, start with the first amendment in that clause.
B, by deleting the words or a broker appearing in subclause 4.
Then the next one now.
Then C, by deleting the words not more than 5 appearing in the proviso to subclause 4 and substituting therefore the words a suitable number of. And D, by renumbering the existing subclause 4 as 5.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I propose a question that clause 35(4) be amended as proposed by the Honorable Pukose. Honorable Nikal?
You take the better of the two evils. The evil in the original one is a worse evil than the evil we are taking now. But I think it is better, but the best would have been if we didn't have any at all. But if now we are going to have any, I think this is a good thing.
Thank you so much.
In a bad situation, I support.
Thank you so much. I don't want to put the question on the majority leader. I want you to do a further amendment so that we carry them together. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You're doing 35(4), right? You're doing your further amendment about it's 35(4).
Yes, 35(4), Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair. And I move that by deleting the words or a broker, which is already done, appearing in subclause 4 and substituting thereof with the words and a claim settling agent in place of a broker. The import of that amendment, Honorable Speaker, is that the work you are delegating to medical insurance providers, they cannot do that work without claim settling agents. No, the registration, well, I know what the Honorable Junet is speaking to. Those who are licensed and is there already in the bill, licensed by the Insurance Regulatory Authority under the Insurance Act. Because it's important that anybody who may be delegated this work to do for claims management must be a medical insurance provider or a claim settling agent who are licensed by the Insurance Regulatory Authority under the Insurance Act to make sure that those people are indeed accountable to a regulatory authority.
Thank you. The members now propose the question that the Honorable Majority Leader's amendment to the Honorable Chair's amendment be amendment to clause 35 be carried. Yes, the Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to support the amendment and even the further amendment. And as I said, we have said, Honorable Chair, now that we have opened that room for purposes of delegating, I think these are better evil than the earlier one.
Thank you.
I support.
Thank you. The Honorable Nikal.
Members, please pay attention to these things. I want some clarification. That agent that now you have given the work of doing claims is also a claims settling agent. What the clarification I would need from the mover, a claim settling agent, does it mean that this agent will actually be given money to go and pay those claims? Because if that is so, then remember now we shall be taking money from this organization and give it to another guy to pay. That is my fear. So let that be sorted out.
Honorable TJ. No,
yes.
Maybe TJ may have another clarification, so let him do.
Yeah, yes. You know, Chair, and I'm glad that you are handling this very professionally, because we have to deal with a further amendment before we come to the amendment of the original amendment of Pokose. This is okay. But you remember that the claim settlement, the one who is the claim settlement what? Agent has not been defined in this particular act.
Okay.
is not defined in this particular act. This particular act, as best, what I've heard from Majority Leader, he could be somebody who is defined in another legislation. And so, to the extent that we have not defined it here, it may not meet the interest of what the Majority Leader has in mind, because he would not be as known as the person who is registered in the legislation that the Majority Leader refers to.
Thank you.
And so, to that extent, unless I want to urge the Majority Leader to make it easy for him, settlement something as defined in the other act.
Correct.
That way we will be very clear, and we will be referring to the person then that we would hold to account in that legislation. So he needs to improve his amendment by putting in some other words to be able to convince us that we should carry that amendment.
The Honorable Junet, what is the order of Honorable Junet?
I want to contribute here. I want to agree with what Honorable TJ is saying. But I think the way we can cure this, now that people are saying this amendment is better than what is in the bill, then maybe regulations can be brought later on how to handle the claim management and settlement. That's what I would advise the
Honorable Majority Leader and the Honorable Chair of the committee, you have listened. Now, could the Majority Leader respond? He wanted to respond to. Is he in the House? Okay, Chair, go ahead. Chair of the committee. The Honorable Randikiri, allow him first. The Honorable, allow Randikiri to go. 1 minute. Go ahead, Mheshimiwa.
Chair, I was more experienced in the insurance sector. A claim settlement agent is a person who is authorized to process claims and pay on behalf of an entity. Similarly, they are also allowed to negotiate on the claims on behalf of the entity. What we are faced here, Chairman, is do we have the capacity of registered agents here, registered by Insurance Regulatory Authority, whose responsibility is to settle claims or negotiate for claims, and their premium, the premium that they are paid back, is negotiated between the entity and the agent. Mr. Chairman, we need to be very careful here, because we are going to leave the entire chain of claim settlement to an agent, and that's what members are saying here. We need to be very careful.
Thank you.
That's my argument.
Thank you.
So we have to agree claim settlement processing, but when it comes to claim payment, that is more deeper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Honorable Chair.
Chair, claims settlement agent investigates and settles claims as per and is registered under the Insurance Act. So I think maybe the only thing the Majority Leader can do is to further amend it to read that as per the Insurance Act. I think that would help.
I wanted to give Majority Leader so that, because I thought you already advised him on what to do. I want to hear his response to it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me begin also be methodical, like you have wanted us to prosecute the amendments, to answer the Honorable Nyikal, that first these entities that are being delegated to work by the Claims Management Office, if you read the Chair's amendment in 35(3), it says under subsection 1A and B. If you go to 1A and B, A is reviewing, processing, validating medical claims from healthcare providers and healthcare facilities. B is appraising medical claims based on the benefit package. Nothing to do with payment. So I think I've answered Honorable Nyikal, and he looks happy. Honorable Chair, on the question of the medical claim agents, they are licensed and defined under the Insurance Regulatory Act. And indeed, that is why we have married it with what is already provided for, that they are licensed by the Insurance Regulatory Authority under the Insurance Act. Therefore, under the Insurance Act, they are actually defined. Further, to answer what Honorable Junet is asking, whether there will be regulations. If you go to the 4 that is being renumbered as 5, it says the cabinet secretary shall make regulations, and we're not making it optional for the cabinet secretary. She must, or he or she must make regulations for the better carrying out of the provisions of this section. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, Chair, I think it's settled.
Thank you so much. I think, Honorable TJ, I think you've done very well, TJ, by advising the majority on what to do. No, you did. No, you're not making it happy. You're not making it happy. You're making the bill better. You're making the bill better.
Since Honorable Speaker, since the Honorable TJ seems uncomfortable with insurance claims agent, we can say insurance claims agent as defined under the Insurance Act. CAP.
Correct. So now, members, we'll vote first on the Honorable Majority Leader's amendment, then we vote on the Honorable Chair's amendment. So I therefore put the question that the Majority Leader's amendment on the Honorable Chair's amendment to clause 35(4) be amended as proposed. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Chair of the Health Committee. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I put the question therefore now that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 36. I propose the question that clause 36 is part of the bill. Honorable Makali.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chair, clause 36, I intended to delete it after if my earlier clause 35 was.
Okay, so you drop it.
So with this now, having lost clause 35, I actually want to withdraw this amendment.
Thank you so much. With that, with all members, I now put the question that clause 36 be part of the bill. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
I propose the question that clause 37 is part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 37 be part of the bill. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 38 be amended as by the order paper. This is deleting clause 38. The Social Health Authority is not expected to have a surplus of funds, as all funds will be expended towards provision of health services.
Thank you. I therefore propose the question that clause 38 be deleted as proposed by the Chair. The Honorable Gikaria.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the Chair on this amendment. Honorable Chair, you know, these excess funds, we had a water company which was making profits, and we were asking ourselves, for what purpose? You need to spend that money to enhance, and what he has said, I think it is right that we can be able to enhance the health services. Instead of having excess money, that money should be used for purposes of addressing that. I support Honorable.
Honorable Milemba Mboko.
Thank you, Chair, for that amendment, because when I looked at it, I was so worried, given the experience we had with NHIF investing in housing. I'm very happy with that particular amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I now therefore put the question that clause 38 be deleted. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 40.
Clause 40. I propose the question that clause 40 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 40 be amended as per the order paper. This is to enhance financial accountability as contemplated under the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012.
I propose the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question. The Honorable Mutembei.
Thank you, Chair. I fully support the amendment by the Honorable Dr. Pukose. Chair, in this country we are suffering from governance issues. And if we're able to tighten and make institutions responsible in matters of accounts, Chair, then we'll be doing this country a good service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I therefore put the question that clause 40 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore put the question that clause 40 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 41. I propose the question that clause 41 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 41 be amended as per the order paper. The proviso is superfluous as it limits on administrative expenses, which is provided in subclause 2.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 41 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 41 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 41 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 42 and 43.
I propose the question that clauses 42 and clause 43 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 42 and 43 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I propose a question that clause 44 is part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 44 be amended as per the order paper. This is to establish a tribunal to handle disputes related to social health insurance, which are complex and specialized in nature, and to provide redress to the High Court.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 44 be amended as proposed by the chair. Yes, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wish to support, especially in subclause 2, on giving a chance for appeal to the High Court. Chair, I've worked a lot on mainstreaming human rights, and an appeal process is necessary for a human rights process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I propose a question, therefore, that clause 44 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 44 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
I propose the question that clause 45 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 45 be amended as per the order paper. And this is to establish a tribunal to handle disputes related to social health insurance, which are complex and specialized in nature.
I propose the question that clause 45 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 45 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 45 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 46.
I propose the question that clause 46 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 46 be amended as per the order paper, and this is actually just to align it, because we, instead of committee, we've established a tribunal to handle disputes related to social health insurance, which are complex and specialized in nature.
Thank you. Substituting committee with the tribunal. I propose a question that clause 46 be amended as proposed by the chair. I now put the question that clause 46 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will has been another opinion say aye? Will has been another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 46 be as amended be part of the bill. Will has been another opinion say aye? Will has been another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
I propose the question that clause 47 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 47 be part of the bill. Will has been another opinion say aye? Will has been another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
I propose the question that clause 48 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 48 be amended as per the order paper. This is to emphasize that the existing systems will be referred upon in digitization of process under the bill.
I propose the question that clause 48 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 48 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will has been another opinion say aye? Will has been another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 48 as amended be part of the bill. Will has been another opinion say aye? Will has been another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 49.
I propose the question that clause 49 is part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 49 be amended as per the order paper. This is to enhance the fines to make them more deterrent and to make them commensurate to the offenses committed under the bill.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 49 is part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Mudenyo.
Chair, I would request the committee chair to relook at this matter afresh and look at it from another angle. Honorable Chair, many times government institutions, government bodies will delay to pay because the disbursement from National Treasury has delayed. How do we remedy such a situation? Can the chair, through the committee and how they thought about it, how do we remedy that situation? We have not been, for example, our constitutional offices have not been paid. There is a delay. You're charging them $1 million. You will wipe out all the operational costs.
Chair.
Probably needs to explain so that the Kenyans can understand.
Chair, this is to you. Is the Honorable Unit, as the chair thinks about an answer?
No, for example, the counties, Chair, when their money delays and their salaries are not paid on time, how does he want to deal with that? And the money is with the national government.
Okay. Honorable Gikaria.
Maybe just to air what Mheshimiwa Udo was talking about. That 49A starts with fails without lawful excuse. So that will address what Udo is saying, that if you can be able to give a lawful excuse, then again you're exempted.
Thank you.
But I totally agree with what Pokose was saying.
Honorable Zengu.
Chair, thank you, Chair. I also want to agree with the proposed amendment. I thought the original bill was too lenient to those people who actually overcharge and falsify documents, because, you know, as it is currently constituted, people have been held hostage by these providers. So I agree with the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I now put the question that clause 49 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I put the question, therefore, that clause 49 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 50 be amended as per the order paper. the time frame of settling claims ought to be set out in the proposed regulations.
Thank you. I propose a question that clause 50 be amended as proposed by the chair. I put the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 50 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I propose the question that clause 51 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 51 be part of the bill. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
I propose the question that clause 52 be part of the bill. Honorable Chair.
Honorable Chair, I propose that clause 52 be amended as per the order paper. The Social Health Insurance Fund, being a social fund with one pool, is not supposed to provide enhanced schemes, and as such, there is no need for risk spreading.
Thank you. I propose the question that clause 52 be amended as proposed by the chair. I therefore put the question that clause 52 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 52 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 53, 54, and 55.
I propose the question that clauses 53, clauses 54, and clause 55 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 53, 54, and 55 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. New clause 49A.
I propose the question that the new clause 59A, the new clause 49A be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I move that new clause 49A be read a second time. Sorry. I move that new clause 49A be read a second time. In A, that is A1, the court before which any person is convicted of an offense under this act may, without prejudice to any civil remedy, order such person to pay to the authority, as the case may be, the amount of any contribution or any other sum that was not obtained in a lawful manner, together with any penalty found to be due from such person to the authority, and any sum so ordered shall be recoverable as a fine and paid into the funds. 2.
Don't remember these amendments are the order paper. So just
as per the order paper.
I propose the question that the new clause that 49A be read a second time. Honorable Wundo.
Question.
Chair, probably the advocates in the House and the chair needs to look at subclause 3. And subclause 3, for the record, those who have not seen and heard, it reads, all criminal and civil proceedings under this act may, without prejudice to any other power in that behalf, be instituted by any authorized officer of the authority. Chair, to my understanding, criminal proceedings in this country is an exclusive reserve of the office of the director, of the director, is it public prosecution? We need that clarification. We might be doing something that's unconstitutional. We have argued this when ESCs have requested for prosecution powers. It has been denied, and I wonder how this can be delegated to an authority that is not provided for in the Constitution. Perhaps the chair needs to clarify.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on this. The Honorable Youth Leader, you want to give a clarification on this?
Chair, I hear what Honorable Udo is saying, but if you read Honorable Udo, and this actually also even in the current NHIF Act, verbatim as it is, the authorities officers are instituting, not prosecuting. The work of prosecuting is out of the DPP.
Thank you. Oh, members. Honorable Kikaria, you want to be a lawyer this evening. Go ahead.
You know, now, after what we had in Mombasa, we have become a little bit serious with our work, Honorable Chair.
Go ahead,
Honorable Chair. Like, I want to support that, particularly like if you look at the new clause 49A, subsection 5. It says, despite any other written law, the asset of the fund shall not be. And I want to agree. Honorable Chair, there is a tendency of people going to court and attaching properties of some, and I think this one will go a long way in protecting the...
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable members, I put the question that the new clause 49A be now read a second time. Will another opinion say aye? Will another counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, I propose the question that the new clause 49A be part of the bill. I put the question that the new clause 49A be part of the bill. Will another opinion say aye? Will another counter opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedules, first schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule be the first schedule of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I wish to drop the amendment on A, B, B1, 2, and 3. I'll retain the amendment on clause C in paragraph 6, that by inserting the following new subparagraph immediately after subparagraph 3.
Is it in the order paper?
Yes, it's as per the order paper.
Go ahead.
4, that despite the provisions of subparagraph 2 and 3, the authority shall review the qualifications of all the staff of the fund and shall, in the appointments of its staff, give priority to the staff of the fund, that is the NHIF fund, who are found to be suitably qualified for the positions in the approved staff establishment. And 2, by renumbering the existing subclause 4 as subclause 5. I submit.
Thank you. Let me propose first, Honorable Nikal. I propose the question that the first schedule be amended as proposed by the chair. I will start with the Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Chair,
we got amendments that you're going to prosecute after you done with this one.
Honorable Chair, I rise
just a minute, Honorable. Normally when we propose amendments, we deal with them, then we come to yours. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I rise to support this amendment. And Chair, you remember during the second reading of this bill, we were at pains to explain to members that not a single member of staff of the National Health Insurance Fund is being laid off. And indeed, the amendment that the chair has proposed is further buttressing that point, that not a single member of staff will be laid off unless that member of staff opts not to work for the authority that will succeed NHIF. And Honorable Speaker, if you read the import of that, the wordings of that particular amendment, in 4, that despite the provisions of subparagraph 2 and 3, 2, Honorable Speaker, is where the staff of the fund, which is NHIF, Honorable Speaker, if you can protect me from this noise, from the gracious lady from Uasin Gishu, the member for Baringo North, the member for Aldai, if you could kindly ask them
Professor Barto, could you
Millie
please...
Odhiambo is struggling to hear what I'm saying.
Order. Professor Barto, please, your classes can be done after this.
And if they can desist from having kamukunjis here, I think there are people we have to separate, like Professor Barto and the Honorable Marianne Etanyi.
Go ahead. Separate is a
That's
very,
on a light note,
separate is a very
Speaker.
strong word there, Honorable Majority Leader. Separate.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I was saying, if you read subparagraph 2 is where the fund employees, all the employees who are working with NHIF are being assured that for the next 1 year, they will continue to work with NHIF up to 12 months. And 3 is where the new authority now, the social insurance, the social health authority, will be required to appoint those who are suitably qualified. The further amendment by the chair is saying that the authority shall review the qualifications of all the staff of the fund, meaning all the staff who are working with NHIF, their qualifications shall be reviewed and shall, in the appointment of its staff, now the authority appointing its new staff, upon review of the qualifications, give priority to the staff of the fund. And indeed it is true, is what the Honorable Junet said yesterday in his contribution, that priority must be given to the staff of the fund. So thus, those who are found to be suitably qualified for the positions in the approved staff establishment are certain that they will get their jobs if they are suitably qualified. For those who are not suitably qualified, will they be dispensed off with? The straight answer is no. They shall be redeployed to other, within the public service, to other sectors within the public service. Those who opt to retire, because granted, there are people who may feel, we have just passed the digital health bill that will in a way, great way, transform how the NHIF, the new NHIF will work.
Thank you.
And granted, there are people who may feel they are not tech savvy enough and may opt out, and they will retire and enjoy their retirement packages. Therefore, I just wanted to array the fear that has been alluded elsewhere, because I've had many members who are being lobbied by staff from NHIF that they are about to lose their jobs. Not a single member of staff will lose their jobs on account of the passage of this bill. And thank you, Chair, because you have now guaranteed the country that at a time when many Kenyans are jobless and looking for jobs,
thank you,
that not a single member of staff will lose their jobs.
So just to clarify this, that we are at this point dealing with the first schedule, clause 2, clause 2, paragraph 2. No, I'm making a clarification that we are dealing with clause first schedule, subclause 2.2, which deals with, I'll just want to read this for you. Where is it? Which says that despite paragraph 1, the authority may, within 1 year from the appointed day, dispose of any of the assets of the authority. I want us to deal with that one first, then we'll come to the 6th one. I don't know if I'm understood. Because the 6th one is the one that where you have so much interest. So I want to put the question on 2.2. Then we'll come to the 6th. And therefore, go ahead to propose that the chairpersons, that the proposed amendment to paragraph 2.2 of the first schedule by the chair be approved. Will as many other opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. With that, now I want us to move to subparagraph 6, right? No, 5 was dropped. 5 was dropped. So we go to 6. And before we prosecute chairs, I want us to, because there's a proposal by the Honorable Oluoch, the Honorable Makali, which if carried, then as the chair has nugatory. So I want to call upon the Honorable Oluoch to move his amendment to the first schedule.
Honorable Chair, I rise to move amendment to clause to the first schedule as published on the order paper. Honorable Chair, if you look at clause 6.1 of the bill as it is, it presupposes that 1, there will be a transfer of assets. There is absolutely no mention of the transfer of the staff or human resource. Clearly, whoever it is that is behind this clause, or that would think that an authority or an entity exists without its staff, has some sinister motives. Remember that the establishment of NHIF is in all the sub-counties, including your constituencies. These proposed amendments seeks to ensure that, one, you preserve the persons and the establishments of the people who are there first as you create the new entity, while allowing that the new entity or authority can thereafter now assess for purposes of competencies and ensure that then they can decide whom they are retaining and retain them in a manner that is in a legal acceptable manner.
Thank you.
So, Honorable Chair, the proposed amendment will save the human resource of the persons that we have, even as we transit to have an enhanced social health insurance fund. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that the first schedule be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch at paragraph 6. The first bite here will go to Honorable Makali because it's a similar amendment. Yeah, similar amendment. So
thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, and I did say this yesterday, my concern is exactly what Honorable Watcher said, that when you look at 6.1, as we transfer within the first 1 year, as we transfer the cash and the assets to the new authority, we do not indicate that even the staff will be transferred within the first year. And I think even though the majority leader says that 1 year, it is not in the bill. And that's what we were saying, Honorable Chair, that I was proposing that we amend the first schedule by having a section 2 deleting. We delete 2, 3, and 4 and have this additional statement, which says the officers and inspectors appointed for the administration of the fund on the appointed day shall be deemed to be officers and inspectors appointed by the authority under section 17 of the Act. Just to firm up the position the majority leader is saying, so that we give the staff this confidence. We give them the assurance that within the first 1 year, there will be staff of the authority, and within that 1 year, then the authority can use their own internal appraisal and evaluation system to determine who is fit to remain and who is fit to exit. And those who are exiting, then we can come up with a package to encourage those who are exiting to go home with. So even though the majority seems to be assuring them, but one does not capture them. So they are not assured that the first 1 year. So my amendment was just to give them that assurance that within the first 1 year, you will be a staff of the authority.
Thank you.
I submit. Honorable.
Thank you. Allow me to give the chair first. Chair, let's clarify something first. Let's go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I oppose the amendment by Honorable Lodge in that the NHIF staff is not going to be affected by this new structure of the authority, because they'll remain staff of NHIF for 1 year. During this period of 1 year, the authority will set up its structures. And when the authority has now set up its structures, they'll now recruit from the NHIF who are there within that 1 period of the year. So if you bring in now the NHIF into inside, before you have able to establish structure, you have able to put in systems, then it is not going to work. We must be able to provide for the authority, because this is a new authority, which we are establishing it with its own structures, and therefore, but we've made now in my amendment, which I'll bring, we are saying the staff of NHIF, which is the NHIF fund, shall be given priority into recruitment to that new authority.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
So there is nobody who is losing, and as even when you look at the bill itself, it is saying those who are suitably qualified will be absorbed. Then those who have skills that, and the World Bank report, there is a consultant report which was done by the World Bank.
this report established that there is mismatch between their qualifications and what they are doing. Therefore, we must give the new authority the power and the leeway to recruit people who are competent and with the staff who they require.
Thank you.
The rest of the staff, if you want to retire, you can retire. But if you have skills that can be served in the public service, then you will be taken to the public service on the same terms you are working, not to a disadvantage.
Thank you so much. Is Honorable Bukose, is what we just talked about in the amendment you're proposing?
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Kajuang TJ.
Chair, I wanted to stand on a point of order, but I think it will, I want now to contribute because it will prejudice what I want to say.
Go ahead.
Chair, you know, Majority Leader and Honorable Bukose are talking about this 1 year thing. I want to put them to terms here. We have a blue copy here. We have the amendment. Where in this bill anywhere else is this 1 year mentioned? They are misleading this house. They are just misleading this house. They are just misleading the house. Honorable Bukose is not, I think the Deputy Speaker is out of order. I think the Deputy Speaker is out of order because he's standing between you and Honorable Bukose, and I want to address Honorable.
No, you're the one speaking, so
Yeah.
he's not out of order.
You see, Chair, they are just misleading the house. There is nothing about 1 year. I want to put him to terms when I finish to show us just those words where it is written that 1 year, after that 1 year, they will do it. But Chairman, let me say this. Even if it is 1 year, and members listen to me, when a legislation has said that it is going to be reviewed, you can go to the bank and know that the word review is tantamount to sacking. Review, okay? And you don't have to put in legislation. Every board member, every employee, every CEO will always review its staff automatically.
Thank you.
We don't have to put it in the legislation.
Thank you.
I want to tell you, Mr. Chair, that we did this with ethics and anti-corruption. But the practice in this National Assembly has not been to take away employees. We removed the CEO. We did Patrick Lumumba here, and we sent him home. But only Patrick Lumumba. We did not touch the employees, because where are you taking these people? Where are you dispossessing them and making them unemployable? Last, Mr. Chair, I want to disclose my interest. I want to disclose my interest. My own brother that is born with me, with blood, is an employee of NHIF. I know that the brother of Billy, who was my classmate, is an employee of NHIF. I cannot be in National Assembly. No, just a minute, I'm disclosing my interest. Honorable Kagogo, that is allowed by the Constitution. I have to disclose my interest. I cannot be in the National Assembly in which I am certifying the sacking of my own brother.
Oh, thank you.
It is not possible.
Thank you. No.
Why are we making these people unemployed?
Order. The Honorable Kagogo. Order. The Honorable Majority Leader, the chairperson of the Health Committee, just made some very good submissions here. I want us to take 5. Order. Honorable Nikal, order. The Honorable Chair of the Health Committee has made some very good provisions here, which I wish were in writing. Yes. So what I'm ordering now is that yourself, Majority Leader, and the 3 gentlemen on this side, could you take 3-4 minutes? Get a text that would help move this process forward. Please, let's do that so that we proceed with the process. So as they do that, I'll allow a few comments on this matter. Honorable Junet.
Chair, I listened very carefully to the Majority Leader. What is, as you said, his contribution are not in the amendments, Mr. Chair. And you see, Chair, we are discussing over 1,800 people. 1,800 employees who have families, who have children, who have dependents, and who have 10 other people who are relying on them. Chair, we cannot just sit here and certify that 1,800 people go home like that. So what we need to do, if the majority leader was genuine in his contribution, that there is a transition for 1 year, that staff are going to be redeployed, staff are going to be reabsorbed in the new entity. Chair, we need to put that in this act, because we are here to protect the interests of the people of Kenya, Chair.
Thank you.
And the people of Kenya start with those 1,800 employees of NHIF.
Thank you so much.
We can't just put them under the bus.
Thank you. The Honorable Kangogo.
Honorable Chair, I had the chair of the committee, the leader of majority, and also my colleagues from the other side, especially to do with what happens or what is going to happen with the employees of NHIF. It is my view, Honorable Chair, that the current employees of NHIF, it is not automatic that they should transit to the new agency. Mr. Chair, the problems we have in NHIF, it's because of collusion between some of the employees in NHIF and the health service providers. Mr. Chair, it is my view that even as we transit to the new health system, the employees of NHIF must be vetted. They must be vetted so that those who will qualify, who will pass the vetting, they will transit to the new agency. Otherwise, Mr. Chair, we are going to transfer the same problem, the same corruption in NHIF to the new agency.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Milemba.
Honorable Chair, thank you for this chance. It seems when you hear the two speak, both the chair and even leader speaks very strongly about nobody losing his place of employment. And equally, even when TJ speaks, he speaks for the same. What we need to realize is that, yes, the two parties are saying we need to protect the workers. So let it be in writing, so that it is actually law and not being said verbally.
Thank you.
Number two, and lastly, the employees of NHIF must be protected, not lose their places.
Thank you.
These are workers of this country.
Thank you. The Honorable Maklap. 1 minute.
Chairman, Chair, this bill is a complete transformation of the health care. What we want to secure for this country, and Kenyans are watching us, is to secure the lives and welfare of the employees of NHIF. Corruption in this country is across board. We cannot just pick people of NHIF. So there should be a clause to say the employees of NHIF shall transit to the next authority. And you employ the managers and vet the managers.
Thank you. The Honorable Emilio Diambo. The Honorable Majority Leader, we only have 1 minute to go because we are out of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank Honorable TJ for already declaring interest on my behalf. And Chair, I want to declare interest as per the law that my own brother who comes immediately after me is an employee of NHIF. Chair, the reason I have come straight from Geneva to come here is not just because of my brother, but because of thousands of people that I know that he works with the NHIF. My brother has been sick for many years, and he has been supported by those staff in NHIF. Chair, it is not only NHIF. If it is an issue of corruption, in the corruption index, the police is always #1. We cannot fire the police because of the issue of corruption. Chair, I have spoken to Honorable Ichungwa, and I would want to encourage, Chair, that the issue that you are saying is the same. What Ichungwa is saying is he wants to protect NHIF. What the chairman is saying is he wants to protect the employees of NHIF.
Thank you so
much. But as a lawyer, I can tell you that is not said in this bill. Can we provide wording to protect all employees, including my brother Dan?
Thank you so much. Honorable members, I now want to put the question that the first schedule be amended at paragraph 6 as proposed by the Honorable Oluoch. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? I'll take that again.
I put the question that the first schedule or paragraph 6 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Watch. Will as another opinion say aye? Aye. Will as another opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Now we go to order. We go to the Honorable Pukose's amendment. Honorable Pukose.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I put an amendment, sorry, as per the order paper. Sorry, Chair. That despite, this is in paragraph 6, subclause 4, that despite the provisions of subparagraph 2 and 3, the authority shall review the qualifications of all the staff of the fund and shall, in the appointment of its staff, give priority to the staff of the fund who are found to be suitably qualified for the position in the approved staff establishment. Then 2, by numbering the existing subclause 4 as subclause 5. I submit.
I propose a question as proposed by the Honorable Chair. Yes, there's the Honorable Nikal.
Chair, what we don't really understand, when you are saying now